Well, Gamescom is coming to a close, but not without a lot of things going on, things to check out. We know that The Division is doing a stream that we're going to be checking out. Bethesda is apparently going to be doing some streams as well, and Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater remake reviews are in. They're not doing bad, but apparently the game's not performing well on PlayStation and even worse on the Pro. We'll take a look at what's being reported by Digital Foundry, as well as do a sort of review roundup. And yes, I will be speaking on the Bungie news that the CEO Pete Parsons is stepping down. Many are seeing this as not great cause for celebration, with the guy taking over was the one who notoriously said not to over-deliver at a GDC talk, but many are seeing this as a sign of good change. Past employees making it pretty clear, at least some even privately to me, that many of the problems at the company at Bungie with the toxic work environment, retaliation culture, came from the top. So Pete Parsons being ousted is potentially an opportunity for leadership to be restructured. Now they're couching this as a retire, but maybe PlayStation is in fact finally taking over, which many have hoped for. That draws questions about Marathon. Will it actually see the light of day? PlayStation recently on an earnings call saying that it was still on pace, but that it could still be canceled. I would think that PlayStation would want to cancel it given the reception and what has already happened with a completely different game. But similar idea, Concord, a live service game that failed and flopped. Not similar idea in the games themselves, but a game that was pretty much, as soon as people saw it, it was sort of destined to not do well. Same idea has seemingly happened with Marathon. So we're going to be pulling up trailers, events, reacting to them. If we miss anything, you can let us know in the comments or the Discord if you're here live right now. It's Friday, and you can unlock that Friday night stream and then unlock even more things. We are trying to get to where the music channel is up and running. I was even sort of working on a song. I was inspired by these events to get back into writing. I mean, I've been writing all week, but I'm constantly adding to that list. And maybe we'll hit some crazy goals today, and you guys can. I'll try to finish this so you can hear it tonight. But I do have some people to thank already. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Make sure you guys go through your rituals. And we do consistently work with companies. So today I'd like to highlight the fact that we do continually work with Into the AM. I have dubbed this my Returnal shirt. There's really no official Returnal merch, but this is close enough with the white shadow and the tentacles there. So if you ever go to intotheam.com/Lono, or just go there and use code Lono, it supports me, it supports you. You get a discount. You can stack that on top of other discounts. Anytime they're doing site-wide sales, you can add mine on top. Truman said they're still working on Marathon. Yeah, I mean, if Marathon is still coming to market, I think it's going to be an absolute disaster. I think even with dramatic changes made to the game, I can't see the game having very long life. I don't think it has a shot. Too much stigma already around the game, as well as I don't think the idea is that strong. Lost Soul Aside reviews when? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when the embargo is. I don't know if people were, sent review copies. I would think most of the time embargoes are 24 to 48 hours before the game comes out. The Metal Gear embargo seems a little early. Did we find out if they were presenting today? I don't know if Bethesda's presenting or not. But let me thank a couple of people who are already kind of hitting the buttons and doing the things. Make sure if you're watching on YouTube, do me a favor, hit the like button. We can meet a lot of new people on days like today. As the coverage is winding down, people are still looking for Gamescom 2025 live coverage, which we're going to be doing. And It's Chill Will with 7 months and Member Plus. First week back to work after baby bonding. Officially a member of the Casual Dad Gamer Club. Get in there, dude. Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you so much for the first member of the day. You guys are well on your way to unlocking the Friday night stream. And then if you hit those stretch goals, you can make Madam and I play a game. Or, like I said, maybe I'll get that new song ready for you guys. And Ganks with 28 months says, don't worry, Truman said he recognized his mistakes and plans to over-deliver. According to his statement yesterday, I'm coping. Well, thank you so much, Ganks, as well, for moving the line there. And our little battle between the platforms is underway. It's now 1-1. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good Friday. Borderlands 4 hands-on preview, my exclusive first look at Hollow gameplay. Oh, we'll take a look at that as well. We've got some. We've definitely got some things to look at today. It looks like Insider Gaming. People were just saying, I think, wasn't it just yesterday that people were like, man, where's the Hollow info? Where's the Hollow gameplay? What's good, Charles Freeman? How are you? Good to see you. And try to get us those first 100 likes really quickly on YouTube. That is always so helpful. The irony in his statement yesterday in the TWID release, the same day, pretty much removing rewards. Anything you're hoping to hear or see today? It'd be nice if we could get something from Ubisoft. It'd be nice if we could get something from Bethesda, like something official. Yeah, there's a Division panel soon. I believe they're doing it on their... I believe they're doing it on their Twitch channel. Usually, their live streams aren't great. I'll just say it. They're usually not the best. But they're apparently... And 5 gifted members comes in from Raphael to get things started. He's like, let's get it, boys. Let's unlock some things. Let's get there. And he wants to start off the day strong. Many hands make light work, guys. We've been pretty much working our way on this goal all week with, I believe, only one 50 bomb, and that's great. That means everybody's sort of pitching in and helping to grow the community. I'm trying to see here. They did say they would be streaming it on their Twitch channel. I'm not actually sure where the link to that is. I think they have links on their Twitter. I don't know if it's just, is it the Division? Is it the Division 2? Is it, Twitch.tv, whatever? I'm not quite sure which it is. And Hollow Knight out here saying they have big plans for post-launch content. So that is, that's exciting. I know they did a lot with the first Hollow Knight. And I've got a tweet kind of going a little crazy right now. I was just pointing out that, people were saying Elden Ring runs fine on the Switch 2 when docked, and I was looking at the footage. It's like, oh, that actually doesn't look too bad. If you guys didn't see this, when he's running, it's not terrible, but once he actually gets in this fight, it is pretty bad. Especially, I had to correct my tweet. Initially, I just said watch once the fight starts. I wanted to draw people's attention specifically to right here when he has to turn that camera. It is just painful. It is extremely painful and slow and stuttery, and so that thing's kind of going wild. Now people are really upset that I guess I'm not drawing attention to what's going on with Digital Foundry. I didn't have a time to watch that yet. I will watch that. I saw the reports that Metal Gear is not running well on consoles. It's actively running worse on the PS5 Pro. My theory on that is we have, somewhere between 70 and 100 something games that have implemented enhancements very well. One game is not an indictment of the entire platform. It sounds like they probably tried to do things late stage with PSSR and did a poor job implementing it. I mean, that would be my theory. We've got a ton of games that have showcased PSSR in a very good way. So I think people are always quick to turn this into a console war, and it's like, letting people know it's performing poorly is good, but turning it into like oh yeah, PS5 is terrible and the Pro is a scam. It's like there are so many games that have utilized PSSR very well. I'm imagining this was something they did late and they didn't do a good job because they probably were either close to near the end. And a 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland and gets us to 437. I just think it stands to reason that if you have developers doing a great job in a very large number, and then you have this game coming out and doing this, it's like, yeah, it's probably something the developer did. What do we say when games come out and run really poorly on PC? We don't say that the PC platform is a disaster. We say, man, that developer did a bad job. Did you see Games Business Podcast section I linked? No, I did not. I did not see that. Thank you, Perfect Image, for using the tip command. If you guys want to tip me directly and bypass things like gifteds and super chats, you can do that. That does support me in a greater way. If you'd prefer that is available to you. We have a variety of ways for you to support the channel. So thank you so much. Everybody's been doing that. I did want... Okay, so it's the Ubisoft channel. That's where they're going to be streaming. Okay. It looks like they're live right now, but what are they talking? Oh, it looks like they're talking about something else. Oh, Ubisoft. Okay, I'm thinking of. I was thinking of The Division. The Division's going to have their own channel, are they not? It's timestamped. It goes directly to it. I see. All right, hang on. What do we have? Okay, hang on. Who's he talking to here? Okay, so we've got a video here from the game business. This is Chris Dring's outfit that he launched. If you want to support him directly, you can. Hang on, I've got audio coming from somewhere. Okay, it was that Twitch channel that I opened. I didn't want to get you guys like a bunch of double audio. All right, here we go. Let's do this. That'll actually work. There we go. I want to be able to see the Twitch chat. It's 3 minutes with Ledbetter. Oh, that's Ledbetter? Ledbetter, he looks, this angle, he's looking good. He's looking younger. All right, let's, it's 7:20. All right. Let's take a listen here.
Yeah,
Didn't feel easy to plug in and play.
Well, you know, I said to them, it's coming across as more of a PC than an Xbox.
Yeah.
For a start, your existing library of Xbox games, unless it's Play Anywhere or it's on Game Pass, well, it's kind of, what can you say? You can't access your Series S and X libraries, for example, if there is no PC version. You can't access backwards compatibility from Xbox 360 or Xbox One. You can't access the OG Xbox. You know, so the concept of what a digital library is and how it arrives on this device, it's nascent. It's not there yet. I reckon all of that stuff's going to happen, right? Your access to Xbox 360, your OG Xbox. But right now, it's a PC with an Xbox launcher.
Yeah.
And I think there are issues there. You know, I've made it crash a few times. It's very early days still in terms of the software. I mean, they've got some time to get it right. I mean, I think both of us managed to load in 2 games at the same time, and it didn't like that.
No, it did not. I thought something was wrong, and I had to film my bits. And what's annoying is I was playing quite well at the bits when it was moving really slow. And so,
Yeah, before Chris String weighs in here, I'll weigh in here. This has been my contention, you know, from moment one about this, that as long as people are properly informed what the device can do, then, you know, buy it with that knowledge, right? Buy it with that knowledge. What does Gifted Member get me? Gifted membership gets you a badge, it gets you emotes, it gets you into Discord, but you do not get into Green Room. And you get into Friday nights with my wife. That is what you get. Like, if you're actually going to be paying for your own membership, you want to pick Member Plus. It's $1 more, but you get into everything. You're also directly supporting the channel. Gifted memberships, I mean, if you want to pay the $5 instead of the $6, that's totally your prerogative, but I can't differentiate you from a gifted member and a paying member. That's why we have Member Plus, right? But back to what I was saying, like, I don't care if people want the device or if the device does well. Like, none of that matters to me. What matters to me is consumers being properly informed. This is why I railed on... thank you so much for the raid. Raid with love. Hello, Reforge Gaming. Thank you, Peepcast. This is why I railed on the notion that it was like, you know, with like how Mind's Eye marketed itself, right? The way they marketed themselves, and, you know, the way that they basically sort of like hid things from, you know, from the public. Guys, feel free to click on Peepcast's name over here on Twitch and throw some support over there. They were covering Gamescom, it looks like, just a second ago. You know, the way Mind's Eye tried to hide things from people, that's what has always rubbed me the wrong way, right? It's always bothered me that, like, they positioned their game in a way where they were trying to hide things from the public. It's like, to me, it doesn't matter if you want to make a game that's either like got NFTs in it, or is a multiverse, or is something where people are making their own content for you. None of that matters to me. What matters to me is that the consumer is properly informed, right? And so over the years, if I feel like the consumer is having things hidden from them or kept from them, that's frustrating, and I think that should be called out. Thank you, Alex, for a 5-bomb over here on Purple, getting us a little bit closer to the next milestone of 450. and that's going to be 442. Thank you so much, putting us 8 away, making it interesting now, 11-6 between the platforms. I want to see what Chris Dring has to say here, though. Oops, wrong.
I mean, I quite liked it though. I mean, I like gaming on the go. I'm a Switch player because I like it.
Okay.
But I am a bit lazy. I just want it to play perfectly
and
when I plug it in.
This is a problem, right? Because they've got this handheld compatibility thing where they've basically, similar to Deck Verified, right?
Yeah.
Where it kind of guarantees that this game is going to run well on the Steam Deck. They've got their Xbox compatibility alternative, so to speak. But when I asked them, well, does this set up the correct settings that are appropriate for a handheld? It's like, well, we've got to work with the developers on that, which is basically something for the future, but for the present, you're kind of stuck. And in which case, it's more like a PC than an Xbox. Xbox is plug and play. You load up your game, you're good to go. Everything has been curated for you by the developer. If you've got that existing library of games that hasn't been curated by the developer, it's a PC where you're looking to lower settings to or adjust settings to get a good experience. And that's kind of, there's a lot of stuff where they're saying, okay, this is stuff we're working on. It's going to come later or going to come soon.
That is right there. That's Microsoft. That is how Microsoft operates. They are a tool-based company, software-based company. They're utilitarian. They're all about shipping it and fixing it later. That is a Microsoft thing, right? So what he's saying is not surprising that they're positioning this device. And thank you for the gifted member, Joker Quinn. I have added it to the total. I'll add it to the battle as well. It's now 12-6. That is something that sounds like, yeah, that's pretty much on brand for Microsoft. We'll do that. We're working on that. We'll fix that. We'll add that. The concern would be is it's just all a lot of smoke.
They did talk about a roadmap. So this is a journey, we know.
A roadmap, chat. Like a roadmap, chat.
Maybe October 16th. I'm trying to remember the date now.
That's the release date,
Is not going to be the... it'll be a very good ROG Ally, I think.
Yes. yeah, absolutely. The hardware's top notch.
Yeah.
You can't... I don't think, unless you're going to go in crazy with specs, that you can make something better.
Yeah.
But in terms of what you were saying about increasing the size of the audience, I think that's problematic because the pricing is high.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like for those that could afford it, which, I think how many has Steam Deck shipped or sold? It's like 3 million or something.
It's not a huge number, is it?
And that is affordable, right? And this is not that affordable in comparison.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to... I'll get it. I'm looking forward to playing some of these games on the go.
Again, I think both these gentlemen are being totally fair. I do not think that they're being inflammatory. I think they're being very fair and just saying, like, this is a ROG Ally. That's how people should think about it. That's how people should think about the device if they're buying it at launch. It's good. It's good for that. That's what you're buying. And I got a tip here from Charles Freeman. Thank you for the $5 tip through the tip command, and $2.50 tip coming in from I'm not sure how to say the contributor's name here, so I'm just going to read the comment. Why no one is voting on price of games increased? My opinion, you're kicking out a demographic that can't afford. These companies should bring down the price. It's 5 years. What's next? PSX 800. You YouTubers are the leaders. We should vote. Well, the only thing you can do is vote with your wallet, and also pricing going up on the consoles has more to do with tariffs, which we don't really have control over. And, PlayStation anticipated that hurting demand for their device. It's why they shored up inventory in America of PS5 so they could wait as long as they possibly could on the price increase. They were keenly aware that a price increase was not going to be a good thing for them, and they didn't want to do it. Hiroki Totoki even indicated that they wanted to potentially move production to America to help with that. That again, I think, is showing signs that they did not want to do this, and it's certain things like that just become unavoidable, and it's really unfortunate. But like the price of games and the price of devices leaving people out that can't afford it, I don't think the market's ever concerned with those who can't afford it. They're concerned with those who can. That's why they didn't want to raise the price of the PS5, because an extra $50 isn't out of reach of the person that's targeted by that gaming device. Like, oh no, $50 is going to break the bank. It's an optics thing. They know the perception from the consumer is going to be negative about a price increase, and it's also going to drive people to consider maybe waiting instead of purchasing it. They even said internally that they were impressed that the PlayStation 5 was on pace with the PS4 because they weren't able to do the mid-gen price drop. They were anticipating that kind of hurting the velocity and the trajectory of their sales of the PS5. So they're keenly aware that price has an impact on demand and sales, and they held off as long as they could. I'd have to watch it again, but I think Keeley owns Games Business Podcast and Chris is just the host. Oh, really? E-Man did it with 38 months in a VIP. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. And that gives us 4s all the way across the board. 444 on the week. Thank you guys for the continued support. If you've never supported a channel directly before on YouTube, $6 a month goes a long way, and you get extra content. If I help you through your workday and your work week, that's a way for you to help this show. That is how we do what we do. We are fan funded. So thank you to everybody who does that. The original was $800. It's the $100 increase. This was to be expected. New chip and such. Oh, you guys are talking about that? Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, by and large, we've got some disappointing news coming out of Digital Foundry. I mean, that was Ledbetter talking about the Ally X. Let me see if I can pull up here the news about their clips, at least, with what's going on with the performance of Metal Gear. Let me pull it up for you guys. So Metal Gear Snake Eater Metacritic. It's actually doing really, really well. Hang on, I'm trying to get the new one. Okay, here we go. So, getting an 86 here after 59 reviews, that's a fantastic score. It's getting an 85 on PC. But there are performance issues of the game on the PlayStation 5, in particular the PS5 Pro. So I'm not going to pull up the entire video from Digital Foundry. I don't like doing that to brand new videos. But let's see what they're saying here just in their Twitter clip. Let's see what we've got. Why am I not getting audio? Do they not do audio on these clips on Twitter? Oh yeah, they must not do audio. All right, let me find the timestamp then. PS5 versus Pro comparison.
The improved shadow LEDs, and the upgraded GI. Curiously, switching between Pro and base PS5's quality mode, there's a further difference to the GI setting on the newer mid-gen refresh console.
Thank you so much, Stone Spire. Guys, I know what Stone Spire's doing. He is trying to set up a 5-bomb dunker. That's like the easiest one. Whoever hits it gets it. It's a race. So between Twitch and YouTube, whoever drops the 5 gifted bomb right now, your platform is going to get the gifted member. I'm actively watching both screens to see who wins this race. It's a Friday, and people tend to go a little crazy on Friday, so I am actively watching. We will see who wins this.
Ambient occlusion, shading, beneath plants on PS5 Pro is often thicker. In other words, all of the quality mode upgrades are here, combined with the performance mode's 60 FPS target, making it, in theory, a best of both worlds solution. Perhaps the more radical change, though, is that PS5 Pro switches to Sony's PSSR upscaler, where, based on the PlayStation blog last year, the promise is that PSSR helps Pro to a smoother frame rate overall. Konami adjusts the native resolution as well, now putting PS5 Pro at a dynamic 756p.
Wait, why were people saying this is running worse on the Pro? I don't understand. He just said it's running at a more stable frames per second. What's going on? And a single gift that comes in from Joker Quinn, but then the 5-bomb comes in from Breaker, good buddy. And a 5-bomb comes in from Behemoth. There we go. We are off to the races, and that milestone goes to YouTube, but we're going to scream past it to 4 66. Thank you so much. And that's going to put this at 25-6. Purple, you're getting left in the dust, but now we're 10 away from the next milestone. He'll get to it. Oh, okay. That I was like, why are people telling me it's running worse?
1152p. So on paper, that's at least an upgrade on base PS5's performance mode, while falling short of the quality mode in raw pixels pushed. Still, you'd hope the PSSR factor, the hardware-accelerated AI upscaling, might help to bridge the gap in clarity. To an extent, it is a benefit, but sadly, PSSR also introduces its own issues in the process. On the positive side first, in motion, PS5 Pro has an advantage next to both modes on base PS5. Note Snake's beard and hair in this looping shot, where PSSR more adeptly cleans up the coarse, flickering artifacts as he turns. Likewise, and notably when compared to the 60fps performance mode, PS5 Pro's method is better at dealing with occlusion artifacts, as an object obscures geometry for a few frames. Repeating the test over and over, the result is less flickering on busy mesh patterns, creating a more stable image with PSSR. On to the downsides next for PS5 Pro. Point number one is that often you'll notice that PSSR appears to resolve details to a lower resolution overall.
Hang on, I got to go full screen here because I can't see. Let me go full screen. I won't be able to see the Twitch dashboard for a second.
Zooming in by 4 times on a still moment, distant details like grass resolve to a crisper result via base PS5 scaling method.
Jiminy Christmas, that's terrible. That's terrible. It looks blurry on the Pro. Good Lord. This is what I said. They probably tried to do this late, and they have not gone through and polished it up. The guys from Black Ops 6 said they had to go in and do what, like, denoising and stuff. Like, good golly, they're going to have to go in and clean this up. Because it is nice that it's giving you a more stable frame rate. Like, the frame rate in the samples that they show, I'm like, oh, that looks good, but this looks terrible.
Surprisingly, even on the performance mode. Partly this is the upscaling method, but there's also the raw resolution metrics to consider, which are, on average, lower on PS5 Pro before the upscale even begins. So I put this to the test. For example, this early shot overlooking the jungle ahead puts base PS5's performance mode at 864p in this exact frame, the quality mode at 1412p, and then PS5 Pro trails behind at 756p in this moment.
Yeah, jeepers. Ocean Blue, thank you so much for 5 months. I mean, to the folks that were, I mean, obviously everybody always tries to take these moments as an opportunity to console war. Properly informing people about performance issues is what we should be doing. This is not an indictment of the Pro. This is clearly an implementation problem. These guys are doing something poorly. This is the same as when a game launches on PC and has performance issues. You would never be like, well, it's your PC or PCs suck. You would say, oh, well, they obviously had problems with optimization, like what happened with like Jedi Survivor and other games. These types of issues are never an indictment of the actual machine. It's typically the developers. I mean, somebody's saying it all looks blurry. Okay, the best thing to look at here to see the differences is this section over here, the tree and the rocks, on the base PS5 performance, and then you come over to the Pro, and it has like a blur to it. It's like it's out of focus. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Is this Mass Effect footage? Thank you for the $2 super chat.
In other words, PS5 Pro has less pixel data to work with it often running at the lowest 756p value of its DRS range. So it's a win in motion for PS5 Pro, with a smarter handling of occlusion artifacts and swaying grass. But if left to settle, the resolved, reconstructed image on PS5 Pro seems to struggle to match the clarity of base PS5.
See, again, this is where you're not getting like clips and tribal warring on Twitter. He's saying it's a win for performance and having a smoother performance at the cost of image quality. And again, you would hope they would clean that up. The entire purpose of the PS5 Pro is so that you're not choosing between quality and performance, which now that we're right back to square one with this game. Like, this is exactly what I got the Pro for, so I could play games and just pick like what I did with Assassin's Creed Shadows. I got global illumination and I got amazing performance. It's one of the best looking games I've played on a console to date. And this game is a step backwards. Again, this is on the developers. This is absolutely something they can fix and likely will fix. We've seen this, like we saw with the developers from Black Ops 6, saying we've learned some of the processes with PSSR, and there's a denoising thing that we have to do. I don't know if that's what needs to happen here, but they certainly need to rectify this, because it does look, again, it looks blurry and almost out of focus. Oh, and there's no Xbox coverage from Digital Foundry about this game. They tweeted and said, we did not receive an Xbox code for review, but we'll produce a new video when we receive it. So that could mean anything.
The final point is perhaps the most frustrating, that PSSR doesn't always properly denoise the image. We've seen this before in the likes of Silent Hill 2 Remake at...
Wait, where does he say the FPS is worse? I thought he was saying it was better. Does he talk about that at another point in this video? Because this is PS5 versus Pro... frame rate tests. So you're telling me the Pro is also worse on frame rate tests? Jiminy Christmas, these guys.
Over Pro hardware. Every segment of the jungle, it seems, takes preference to the lower LOD and GI settings of base PS5's performance mode, plus its lower DRS range, and of course the absence of PSSR as an upscaler.
This is why you need to give people the decision to turn this stuff off. So, like, if you wanted to get the performance on the left, you should just be able to change that in the settings. Like, that is one thing about the Pro that I don't like, is that if a developer does this, I'm not given the option to go in and turn it off. I mean, maybe I am. I actually could be speaking out of turn here. Can you go in and turn PSSR off? I don't think that you can on a game that puts it in. I think once it's in, it's in. Like, you don't have the choice to be like, well, give me the PS5 performance mode and turn all this other stuff off. No, you can't? Okay.
It's hard to see an upside here when, again, PS5 Pro users are stripped of a graphics mode toggle, leaving no backup option behind. It's also tempting to imagine how the base PS5 setup, with its lower settings, might have run on Pro hardware if left exactly as is. And if we...
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, just let me run it as is.
We'd have actually locked closer to 60 FPS in that case. On the plus side, some areas do run better on Pro overall later on. The lab area, for example, a few hours into the game does hold closer to 60 on PS5 Pro, while base PS5 falls shy with a 50 FPS reading. For interior sections then, Pro might have an advantage, but certainly for outdoor jungles, the results are a clear, unexpected downgrade.
Yeah, this is really bizarre that the base PS5 would struggle indoors but do better outdoors, and then the PS5 Pro would do better indoors and struggle outdoors. This is clearly a developer problem. Traditionally, let's just talk about the base PS5. The base PS5 should not be struggling indoors if it's doing well outdoors. That is absolutely absurd. There's less to show, less to render. We have way less to contain with. Like, this game is poorly optimized. This has absolutely nothing to do with the hardware. These guys did a bad job with this game. In the realm of optimization, they did a bad job with this game. It's getting good reviews, but on this subject, they clearly did not do a good job. If you're getting a 60 FPS outdoors with foliage and lighting, and then you swing down into the 50s when you're indoors, that doesn't even make any sense. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button, doing a bunch of different Gamescom coverage. This is obviously not a part of Gamescom, but it came out, so we're covering it. AOZ says, it's up to the dev to provide the setting to turn off PSSR. Some of the PS studios have opted for this. Yeah, I think more should.
As a remake project, Metal Gear Solid Delta has a...
Okay, that's good. I don't want to use any more of their footage. I don't like using footage from videos when they're brand new. I'm gonna put a link in chat. Always please support the creators that we pull up and use in our content. If I ever use a video, if we ever watch something like that, please support the original video. That's a fairly long video, and we only watched 5 minutes of it. Not even 5 minutes. I think we watched like 3 or 4 minutes of a 16-minute video. So please support the original video. The link is provided in the chat. Thank you. I don't like watching videos like the day they come out. Sometimes I'll make an exception if I feel like people need to know. And yes, you guys you guys need to know that that game is not running that consistent and that well on PS5. Most notably, it's having issues on the Pro, which is even more disappointing because that's like literally what the device is supposed to like glide over. So, it's Konami. I'm not sure they'll fix it. Yeah, people are now saying, like Nick is saying on Twitter, he's worried about Silent Hill F. He's saying Konami needs to learn how to use Unreal Engine 5. I'd rather they did a remaster at 4K 120 than choosing to do UE5 remake was a mistake. We'll see if they rectify it. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button over here on YouTube. Nice, strong turnout for the day. If you're looking for Gamescom 2025 coverage, there's all sorts of things coming out. We now have a Borderlands 4 hands-on preview with Harlow from Insider Gaming. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they've got here. Again, this is 37 minutes, so I do not want to consume their entire video and serve as a replacement, so we're only going to watch some of this. All right, let's take a look at what Insider Gaming is saying. I love Insider Gaming. I love Tom Henderson. You guys should definitely support and follow them. They're one of the few outlets out there that I think are consistent and have good reporting standards. So let's take a look. Hang on one second. This capture, okay, that's as high as we're gonna get. Not the greatest capture. Even on my screen, the fonts are low res, like almost out of focus. So however they were able to capture, maybe the capture card was like capped at 1080 or something. It's not a very great capture. We know the game can look significantly better than this from other gameplay footage, so I'm not gonna fault them for that. Sometimes you're limited by the devices that are there, or you've got like one of those little like on-the-fly capture cards. So this is Harlow gameplay in Borderlands 4.
Planetary escape. He's now punishable by death.
I think a little chaos is in order.
Has passed.
Yeah, let's see some abilities here. The double jump is nice. Again, the movement in this really reminds me of Destiny. I like the little pips. The little pips for damage are good. They are playing with a controller. It seems like aim assist is a little low. I thought they were playing mouse and keyboard. I would I'm just fast forwarding to see if they ever use any abilities. They're just using guns, which is fine. I think the guns and the shooting look great. Yeah, see, now they're getting into a flow state with the movement a little bit. They need a shotgun. Oh, they're gonna bump their field of view. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Do they not have anything? How many skill points do they have? Oh, they have 4 skill points. Okay, they need to spend their skill points. I was like, what is going on? They're just using guns the whole time. So, okay, here we'll get some. Looks like we'll probably get some. We'll get some goods here. Let's see. Sorry, there's no music right now.
Thanks to you.
Okay, so they have an LB and an RB now down at the bottom, and we'll see if they use them. I couldn't tell when they were using them, if at all. I'm skipping cutscenes and stuff. If you want to watch their full video, you're going to have to watch their full video. I don't want to serve as a replacement for Insider Gaming's coverage here. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's pretty fast. I was like, it seems a little slow. Yeah, the capture's just really low res. The open world, the open world has a really good feel to it. Like, it doesn't seem like like Borderlands 2 was a lot more constrained. This really reminds me of how in Borderlands 1, the first area felt very sort of like open and large, you know, and you could kind of just go explore and find different things, you know, Skags, Pisswash Gully, you know, I forget the flying enemies. There was that one like mini boss. Okay, so you got the ability to shoot here from the vehicle. All right.
Guess they found out I don't have a driver's license.
All right. Come on. This person definitely played Destiny. What was that ability? Her taking damage is terrible. I don't understand that LB ability. I'm not seeing what they're doing. Oh, I like this. I like this. I like this jump and dash. I really like that. There we go. Their insistence on using this sniper rifle is, it's a bit much. You know what I mean? At that range, you didn't have like a pistol to use or a shotgun? So they picked them up and put them in a ball, but Harlow is not a siren. That was like an electrical field, not like a siren ability field. There you go. There you go. The movement looks sweet. The unnecessary jumping is driving me nuts. Yeah, they're having fun. They're having fun. Let them have their fun. Ooh, nice. You always had the ability to shoot from vehicles? Yeah. I wasn't sure if with it being more like a Sparrow, if it was going to be more about traveling, and then there would be other vehicles with weapons. This person did a lot of quick scoping in Black Ops 2. I love the little pip sound they get on the explosions and the hit markers. Yo, what's good, Feed? Guys, Feed's name is Mark. He's in the chat right now on YouTube. We got to get this guy his membership back up and running. Come on, boys. Come on.
Contraband. I wouldn't mind getting some for time.
This is gonna blow, isn't it?
See, I love the ability to back away and jump and stuff. Okay, so she's got the stasis field. And D-Tom with the 5 bomb. Let's see if we can't get Feed back in the member fold here, boys. We're now at 472. We are 3 away from the next milestone. All right, that's good. I don't want to watch any more of their footage. If you guys want to see the whole video, I will provide you with the link. I do not like serving as a replacement for others' content, so Insider Gaming is an outfit that I respect. So there's a link in chat if you guys want to support. Sorry, if you guys want to support the original video, there's the link in chat. You guys can watch the original video. Let's see how much time was left. Yeah, I was 14 minutes in, skipping around. There's 23 minutes more footage there that we didn't watch. Yeah. They weren't using the abilities enough for us to really get a great showcase of Harlow. It's super early as well, so they were basically like randomly grabbing people, and that seemed like it was about it. So the core gameplay loop around the campaign has been altered, going from a mostly linear path to truly flexible sandbox-based RPG, says Insider Gaming. You're free to do what you want, when you want, where you want, and that suits me down to the ground. It has been revealed by Randy Pitchford that Borderlands 4 has immensely tough bosses, so you'll want to grind and level up before challenging them. From a technical perspective, I played on both controller and with a keyboard and mouse, and both inputs were accessible, enjoyable, and familiar. I didn't experience a single bug in an hour. The game rendered and ran beautifully, and the weapon variation and abilities popped nicely. The same old weapon manufacturers are present, but new ones have been added to the mix, and cross-licensing now happens, bringing one brand's parts and abilities to other weapons at a cost. Vehicles can be deployed from anywhere, and skill paths are varied and support multiple styles, and customization has been improved. Like I said, it feels like an entirely new game, but it still takes a few key elements from the older titles. Officially a contender. I'd say Borderlands 4 is a contender for Game of the Year. Really, given how strong the year has been for me thus far, that's not a light statement. I was overwhelmingly impressed by Borderlands 4 during my preview at Gamescom, and 1 hour of gameplay wasn't enough for me. Who wrote this? Grant Taylor Hill wrote this. I feel like I've really enjoyed his stuff. That's high praise. He thinks contender for Game of the Year. Yo, Mike on a mic says, take my prime, sir. Be up that way Saturday. Mike, you just got to let me know where you are in the city, and let me bump this to 473. We are now 2 away. I do need to add the 5 bomb over here from D-Tom. It's now 30-8. You just need to let me know where you are in the city. We'll figure out a spot, and then I'll just Uber. We'll get dinner. Sounds like it was written by Borderlands 4's mom. Grant, I'm telling you, I don't feel like Grant Taylor Hill's like blowing smoke. You know what I mean? I feel like he's written good things in the past. UB's live. Okay, UB's live. The Division team is talking. So let's see here what they're saying.
And yeah, so you'll see more of that in the future. You'll see more opportunities for feedback, more opportunities for also transparency from us. Yeah, it's super important, and we have no intention to slow down. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, and all the veterans here, they've been playing the game for so long. They're experts at playing the game by now. And obviously the team has been playing and, developing the game for a long time, so they're also experts at developing. How do you weigh the feedback coming from the players when you work with that feedback process as a creative director?
Well, it's, feedback is super important, and, you hear that all the time, but it's the way we want to, or the way we utilize feedback is that's one indicator that helps us make decisions. It's not the only one, and it's very important for everybody to understand that just because the community and the players tell us they want something, that doesn't always necessarily mean this is what we need to do. For us, it's very important to look at what does the game need in the bigger picture and for the long term. And so we usually base our decisions on 3 parts. One part, and an important one, is feedback. The other one is data. It's what does the actual data of the game tell us, because that's one way of giving us feedback, is actually looking at the way you...
Guys, really quickly, I'm not sure what kind of information we're going to get from this about the Division, but if you have not hit the like button yet, try to get us to 200 likes. We've only been streaming for about 45 minutes, so thanks everybody for being here.
And we look at those 3 things, and sometimes those three things align, and they give us some very clear indications. Okay, this is not working. This needs to change. The players don't like it. We see with data that it's not working. We also agree that this is not the right thing. So then that makes our job easy when all of that aligns. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes we have one of those pillars that gives us an indication, the other ones give us another one. And then it's very important for us as a team to try to really, again, look at the long term, look at the bigger picture, look at the game, and think, okay, what is the right thing to do here? And
is that my twin brother?
Where leadership comes in to try to
yes,
to define which direction we want to go. But if all of those things, in a way, conflict, very often then we're going to fall down to feedback and what players want to give us kind of a
Stone Spire's going to slow walk this to 475 and get the milestone for Team YouTube. Thank you so much. I actually owe Twitch one that I need to do. There we go. Now I owe you each one. Thank you very much.
Feedback surprised you, changed what you had in mind, or didn't play out?
Wait, don't I owe YouTube? Who's the one that hit it earlier? It was Breaker hit it. I'm sorry. I owe 2 to YouTube now.
It's going to be great. We put it out there, and then people, you folks, tell us actually that's not great. Most of the time, it's not worded that way. When we get feedback that tells us something is not great, usually it's not necessarily in a polite way, but that's fine. We can take it. But yeah, one example I think fairly recent that some of you may remember was last year we announced the big revamp of the seasons, Seasons 2.0, and part of that big revamp was the proposition of seasonal characters, which was an idea that we really believed in. And we thought, okay, this is a good way to move forward. This is a good way to bring back a sense of progression with every season, a real reason why am I chasing XP, what am I progressing, well, I actually will see my levels going up. So we went into communication very confident in our proposition. And then if you remember, the feedback...
Now listen, Zubair, I was going to say he has a better beard than mine, like it grows in a lot fuller and thicker. But if you're going to say the man has better hair than me, like you need to settle the heck down. Let's just not go there, okay?
Because of the attachment that a lot of you have to your characters and to the time that you've been spending playing those characters, progressing them, and then we come here and we say, hey, you know what? Next season you start a new character. So it allowed us to look at this proposition from a different angle. And when a situation like that arises, then it's that's one of those situations where we ask ourselves, okay, what do we do? There's this one thing we think is good for the game, but we can see that people really don't like it. But at the end of the day, in this kind of situation, it's a very easy decision. Like nobody wins if we are forcing a change that nobody wants. We are not going to push it down your throat and say, you have to like it. So we decided to change. We decided to go with the feedback and say, okay, well, we're not going to do the seasonal characters.
This is where they always make significant, I think, misjudgments where... because this is not organized. Like, we need to know, like, what you're doing next. Like, he's just sort of free thought stream of consciousness here talking about all the stuff that they've done, which is great. But, like, it just makes for a terrible stream. It's like, I need information here. What are you guys doing? What are you doing next? Like, it's great that you guys have been so committed to the game, but I don't need this right now. We need to... get to the point here, and also let the other person talk. I'm just kidding.
Negative feedback is also a good thing.
It's a very interesting case, and I mean, I've been here on this project since March, and being a community developer, that feedback loop is something that we're all passionate about the feedback loop and the community, but it's a little dearer to my heart, maybe. So it was an interesting case to look at and improve that process with.
Thank you, Banshee. That's an Agent of Chaos pushing it to 476. Thanks for renewing 28 months. We're not going to force things players don't like. Can we get this guy hired at Bungie?
It was it was a good situation, and we made the right decisions.
Yeah, one of the ways that the team early on has been gathering feedback via is the Elite Task Force program. It's our insider program, and it was it's been there. Yeah,
I'm done. This is not worth our time. All right, let's see what else is going on. Somebody's saying Lost Soul Aside has a documentary that came out. Let's go to the actual Gamescom channel and see what they're doing. That does not seem like it's going to be informational, like, at all. Unfortunately, they're just sort of having a conversation. Let's see. Here we go. All right, we got Gamescom is live, and they're at the main stage. Oh, it's IGN. Okay. They're just talking. A lot of talking. They've been talking for 15 minutes now. They've now got a commercial for their own IGN thing. More talking. I mean, I'm just scrolling through. Talking. What do we have here? We might have some gameplay. Oh, it's Donkey Kong. So... Okay, they're talking about this game Hella with the mouse.
And even even though this came towards the end of the production of the DLC, still getting that final feedback allowing us to do the final polish and do some final tweaks based on those conversations we had.
Why is there two... Oh, wait, hang on a second. I was like, wait, there's two people talking. Sorry.
No. I mean, they're mice, and they're mischievous. A gang of mice is probably. I think that's what they call even. A gang. So So I think. I mean, again, we're here to create some sparks of joy. Make sure that people are just basically enjoying doing kind things and fun things to each other. So yeah, it's a really cool game to be.
And Hela, you can play it in co-op online or split screen.
Yeah.
Was it really important for you to have that couch co-op experience?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of great games coming out in the past, and I mean recent times here as well. So I think there's a real demand for couch co-op and just playing together. And we have a mechanic that we'll talk more about later this year, but that you're really never playing it solo. You can play it alone, but you're never really alone. So more about that and a shade mechanic that we'll introduce even further down the line. So really cool.
Well, it seems like it's really resonating with people. People are excited to play. It's meant to be sort of a relaxing experience. So take us back to the original idea for the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really wholesome game, right? Yeah. So we really want to place like a haven to just go out and relax. We tend to talk about something called Shinrin-yuko. So it's Japanese for forest bathing or forest baths, which is a pretty cool thing. And we just want people to be able to come home from work or from wherever they've been and just kick on some Hela and just go into the Swedish nature or the Scandinavian forest and really just relax and
or
and
somebody's
have fun.
kitchen
or somebody's kitchen and be a bit of a
I really like that they're like real mice. They're very realistic mice. We get a lot of cartoon animals that are just kind of humanoid creatures. Yeah. Did you study any real mice when you're making this game?
I mean,
did you mocap real mice?
I'm skipping ahead, folks.
We do good thing. You can just go out and do kind things out in the world. Be a bit mischievous for sure, but yeah.
So I asked this question to a lot of people who are working on games with animals in them. Please tell me they don't get hurt.
Well, you don't. I mean, we don't have combat in this game. There's obviously dangers. You're a tiny mouse in a big forest. There's going to be dangerous animals, but you can befriend them or you can just outsmart them as well. But there's no combat or nothing in there.
So I'm curious. I think first of all, I think mice are like a top tier, like an S tier rodent. Like I think they're really probably the best rodent. Did you ever consider any other animals for this? Was it ever like a rat or a raccoon or a bunny or anything like that?
Great question. For us, it's important to have that contrast of being a tiny or small creature in a big world, right? With that perspective. So it's fun to play with those perspectives, basically. So. Being someone who can attach to the witch, what kind of animal?
Yeah, there was. The people in the background are watching something else. It's always unfortunate when you do like a showroom, like floor show, like you're basically on the floor, and this kind of stuff's going on around you. They're all like, wow, yeah. And he's like, so what we did was we got the mouse and we scanned him in and wow, yeah. And he's just like trying to talk about how they decided to go with a mouse.
Are acquainted to a witch. We have the cats. We have
I want him to just freak the frick out and just turn around and be like, could you shut the like, I'm doing an interview here. Like, lose his mind. Guys, if you're enjoying hanging out today for the final day of Gamescom, be sure to hit that like button.
But hey, we have mice, and they're awesome and agile, and they can do tons of good stuff. And then again, with this magic backpack, nothing can stop you. So yeah.
I do appreciate on your latest trailer, your Gamescom trailer, on the official Nintendo YouTube channel, the top comment is that the Nintendo Switch 2 has mouse support. So, congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, time for another quick break, but the Gamescom 2025 awards will continue.
I
didn't accept that we can get such an important award.
No, they're passing. They're throwing T-shirts. This is like, listen, it's IGN, so they kind of deserve it. Like, they've basically been given a terrible location here, right? They're literally next to a room where they're throwing T-shirts.
We can get such an important award.
You want one? Yeah, you want.
Sorry.
Wait, I think that's IGN. Yes, that's IGN. He has like a review shirt on.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the biggest video game convention in the world, and you have the biggest line of any game at this convention. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've never seen that many people. Hi.
I'm the translator for...
What's up, DP Sage? Thanks for 40 months. Any expectations on the final day?
Do you have
Not
any
really.
message you want to send to all the people who stood in line to just see the game?
I will switch to Chinese to express more character feelings of myself and 是非常感谢就是Gamescom 还有非常感谢评委们能够给到我们这次奖项，然后这个对于我们一款中国研发的女性向游戏来说是一件非常非常难得的事情，我们也为此感到自豪和骄傲。当然，我要最郑重的在这里感谢我们的玩家们，因为正因为有我们的玩家的支持，我们才有可能能够得到这样的成绩。因为我们一开始在开服的时候会有一个愿望，就是我们希望能够。全球热恋，顶峰相见。然后我们的猎人小姐们让我们真的做到了这一点，然后这让我们非常非常的开心，也非常感谢大家。那当然，我也要同时感谢我们优秀的《恋与深空》的创作者们，还有我们的我优秀的老板，还有优秀的同事们。
I've been studying Chinese just a little bit, and she basically said, "We're really excited to be here, and we're grateful all the people lined up."
大家能够永远的拥有梦。
Yeah, she's still going, but that's what she's saying.
然后能够。热爱自己，热爱生活，然后能够把真正的就是做幸福女人。谢谢大家。
What the heck is this
game? Thank you very much to all of our hunters.
What's going
to
on?
The creators of Love and Deep.
No, wait a minute. What's going on? I wasn't even really paying attention. What is happening in this game here? What is this? What is this?
做幸福女人。
So what's going on in the middle of the screen right now? Like, I'm looking at why is he turning? What's this guy doing? This guy's over here turning around. Like, what's happening here?
谢谢大家.
He's like, oh, I can't believe it is. And this one over here, he's like, oh, what are you looking at? What's going on? This isn't a dating simulator. This is like, listen. You guys that are afraid of catching the gay, you better not play this game. You're going to have a George Costanza experience. That's all I'm saying. You better watch out.
So thank you very much to all of our hunters, to the creators of Love and Deep Space, to my incredible colleagues, and of course to our five.
Zubair said too late. Look at this picture. This is Game of the Year contender right here.
5 love interests. Xavier, Zane, Raphael, Silas.
Oh,
and
he
Caleb.
winked. Ooh.
So today, as the romance game from China.
Listen, I'm more of a fan of the manly guys like Jason Momoa, Henry Cavill. You know, I want a guy that could like pick me up and carry me around, keep me safe. These femboys aren't really my jam, you know. But I can see why. I can see why people like it.
We feel both pleasantly surprised and also deeply proud to receive the honor. This honor belongs not just to us, but also to every hunter with us. And you are the ones who turned together at the pinnacle of our love into reality. So may we all carry love, dreams, strengths, and also may we always cherish ourselves and find lasting happiness. Thank you.
Good advice.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Good advice. Beautiful. Congratulations. And I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom.
These guys. This poor poor guy. He had no idea what to do with that. It's like that's what you're gonna say. Your game, this is your game here. Dressing and flirting with with really attractive men. And let's just watch this one more time. This is truly a masterpiece.
Thank you. We love, dreams, strengths, and also may we always cherish ourselves and find lasting happiness. Thank you.
That's good advice.
Whoa.
Thank you. Good advice. Beautiful. Congratulations. And I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Love and Deep Space is out now for iOS and Android. It's free to play. We've got to take a very quick break. We've got lots more Gamescom awards to hand out in just a bit, including the awards for Best Xbox Game, Best PlayStation Game, Best PC Game, Best...
That was remarkable. That was remarkable. Because she spoke in Chinese for like 5 straight minutes. And then that poor translator was like, love and happiness forever. And we hope you all have full, lasting lives and that your soul is warmed by the fires of our game. And the one girl's like, whoa. And this poor homie right here, he's like, well, all right. Congratulations. He said congratulations. He said congratulations. Oh, I want to be a fly on the wall. I want to be a fly on the wall when these guys are debriefing later and they're like, what the frick was that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it totally had that energy. Big gulps, huh? Well, see you later. Like, all right, we got to get you off the stage. If not, she's going to go on another 5-minute tirade about living a fulfilling life in their femboy game. Oh, hoo-wee. That was wonderful. This is my favorite moment of Gamescom this week. This is better than the Batman Lego game reveal. This is my favorite moment. And yeah, by the way, this guy, he's aging quite well. He doesn't age at all. And bro was not ready. He was not ready for that, bro. Thank you so much, Raphael, for gifting another member. Maybe setting up the 20-bomb dunker to bring us home. We'll see. We're at 478. Thank you so much.
Stick around because the Gamescom award show continues after this.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they gotta fan them. They gotta fan them off. That was such an amazing moment. They're just giving stuff away to the audience here, it seems. We got some Grounded.
Grounded 2 has the best community out there. It is really...
I don't know, tease what's coming down the road at all?
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Hang on a second. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. So we have this guy to interview. We have this guy to interview. Who is here, and why are they not doing all of the interviews? Why is Chun-Li not interviewing everybody? Come on.
I mean, I think Grounded 2 has the best community out there. It is really healthy. It is really awesome. Just super excited about some updates that we have coming out with a huge boss monster, the tarantula, and then we have a really cool update coming this winter that's going to feature some new biomes, a ton of new insects, and a new buggy. Super, super exciting stuff on the horizon, and we just can't wait to share it all with the community.
I'm just asking the important questions, y'all. I think she would have handled that situation with the last game a lot better. She would have handled it a lot better.
What have been some of your favorite sort of responses, reactions, or moments from the community so far, since it's just so recently entered early access?
There's so many, it's hard to narrow it down. The community is so engaged, they love the content so much, they pour over it, looking at every detail, trying to figure out what's going on. But for me, I think the biggest, most satisfying responses are how people are really connecting with the buggies and really seeing how much it changes the game.
Do you get it? Do you guys get it? Buggies. They call them buggies.
But then, of course, there's also the the brand new creatures and seeing everybody get scared out of their minds with a scorpion jumping out of the ground.
Mike S. asking another very important question. Haven't they given out enough T-shirts yet? That would be one of my favorite moments if one of the guys being interviewed were like, for frick's sake, don't you still have T-shirts? Like, just absolutely loses grip. It's been 2 hours.
Those kind of reactions for me are super, super satisfying. What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I agree. I think
by now every person in the audience has a free T-shirt. Now they're just going back for seconds.
you hit the nail on the head. I mean, I think some of the funnest and maybe not fun for all of our players are like the cockroaches that we added to the game that people are like, I'm just not even going to go to that part of the
Keep cheering. Clothe your whole family.
park anymore. Like, that's not going to happen. Or when they're asking us, why did you make the caterpillars so cute and then ask us to kill them? Like, these are all like fun and interesting reactions that we get from the community, but really just super excited that people are enjoying the game so much. It's always a challenge putting something out there, and especially when you're going into early access. And with the success of Grounded 1, and by the way, props to the Grounded 1 team who started this all out. You never really know, and to see the community embrace the game so much, and all the folks at Gamescom, it's just been crazy. It's been a great ride, but we're just getting started.
Yep.
Have you found that on the team you've all become like bug experts in a way you never imagined before embarking on like a Grounded game?
Yes, absolutely. The Grounded 2 team, both across Idols Montreal.
Wait, hang on a second. Wait.
Never imagined. Have you found that on the team you've all become like bug experts in a way you never imagined before embarking on like a Grounded game?
Listen, there are people in life that are dealt a very good hand. And I just want to say that the accent's not fair. That's all. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Have you ever watched poker and the last card on the river, it like gives the person exactly what they need? Like, come on. That's not fair. That's an unfair advantage in life.
Yes, absolutely. The Grounded 2 team, both across Idols Montreal and Obsidian, we're all so passionate about this world and bringing it to life, and the bugs, like you said.
No, that's not Lucy James.
That are such a big part of it. And every time we want to bring a new insect or a new creature into the park, we have to really ask ourselves a lot of questions of like, okay, which version of this? How can we make it interesting and exciting? What makes it iconic for the community? And so, I've mentioned this before, but our art director, Natasha, every time we have to have a new creature, she makes these huge mood boards full of all of these different versions of the creature we want to bring to life, and it just becomes so fascinating. We learn so much, and it helps us make really interesting and fun decisions about what the creatures should look like, what kind of abilities they should have, how can we surprise and delight the Grounded community while still bringing them everything that they're expecting from us.
I got to say, a mood board covered in spiders is my nightmare. But you mentioned
Tuesday for us.
But you mentioned a tarantula boss. Can you tell us anything more?
Yeah, we're really excited about this boss. We're calling it a park boss. That's just
all right, so nobody in production could help out here. They're going to make her continue to do this with the microphone? Like, nobody could hand these homies a mic? This is crazy.
The name that we've come up with, anything that is gargantuan in the park that you will fight. And in this case, it is a tarantula that has gotten loose out of its terrarium. And there's a whole little story about that, a little boy who lost his tarantula in the park and was fighting it with little army men and stuff. And this will just be an opportunity for us to really challenge the community with a boss that is about 3 or 4 times as big as anything that was in Grounded 1.
The budget's gone, all on T-shirts.
It's absolutely terrifying. Here's some shots of it right here. Yeah. And it's something you better get yourself a buggy, like an orb weaver buggy, get yourself a lot of equipment, get in there with some friends. We always like to say Grounded is great alone, it's better with friends. And we just think it's going to knock people's socks off and going to be a really, really fun fight.
Well, Grounded 2, best Xbox game. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Okay, Grounded 2 is currently in early access on Steam and Xbox Series. Now it's time for the best PlayStation game category. PlayStation doesn't have a booth on the Gamescom show floor, but that didn't stop them from having several games on the show. Let's go to the stage, find out the nominees for best PlayStation game here at Gamescom.
Like, what? Is it just going to be Ghost of Yote listed like 6 times?
I love inviting people to parties, and my favorite parties are PlayStation parties. I love to reveal my
This is
true
so
name
your
to
category. So your category.
And here are the nominees for Best Sony PlayStation Game.
It's Borderlands 4. We got Crimson Desert, Chronos: The New Dawn, Pragmata, and Resident Evil Requiem.
Chat. Sometimes when I'm streaming, I think I just have to ask the question, what's happening? This is one of those times. They, look at her face. She's like, huh? Not a single one of those are, what exactly is happening here? These aren't even, there's not even an exclusive listed here. They didn't even list Yote. I swear somebody is messing with them. They're like, yeah, do a best Sony PlayStation game list, and let's not include a single PlayStation game. Let's see what the winner is.
Wow, those are really some good options, but there can only be one. The winner for Best Sony PlayStation.
I like how she talks like whenever Kate McKinnon would play a crazy and/or drunk person on Saturday Night Live. She's like, those are some great games. Let's check it out. And you're like, you're really, what?
Game 2025 is Resident Evil Requiem.
I think she could have done that on her own, buddy. And why is the award, what is this? Is this a box? Is this a cube?
We will accept the award on Capcom's behalf, but they are very happy that you voted for them.
Look at that knowing. Look at these knowing smiles. They're like, we're being paid for this, and it is absolutely absurd. This entire thing is absurd. We just awarded Capcom a PlayStation Game Award, and we will accept Capcom's award for a PlayStation game that is not actually the category that they should be in. Like, they're like, this is ridiculous. These are just knowing smiles. They know what they're doing is absurd. You want to get flown to Germany and stand around and award games that aren't there to accept them, and, you know, you can go party later, just hang out with a bunch of wonderful people in Germany? Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Best visuals, best audio, most epic, and now best PlayStation game.
And it's on all platforms, but yes, it's a PlayStation game.
Resident Evil Requiem is cleaning up today. Max and Jane, what jumps out to you most about Requiem? It's winning a lot today.
You mean apart from the fact that they're building that wall, they're going to be able to like create a new room in the studio with these Gamescom cubes. The thing that jumped out, I think, initially about Requiem for me is that it's going back to like Resident Evil lore, which I think is really good stuff for the fans. And you know, after the last 2 games, which were spectacular and I loved, but you know, to dig back into Raccoon City, I think I'm really going to enjoy that personally.
I just appreciate this man's his internal battles right now. You know what I mean? I just want you to watch him. Just
initially about
this man's internal battles, bro. He's like, okay, just focus. Do not look down.
Jumped out, I think, initially
Focus.
about Requiem for me is that it's going back to like Resident Evil lore, which I think is really good stuff for the fans. And after the last 2 games, which were spectacular and I love, but to dig back into Raccoon City,
Oh my
I think I'm really going to enjoy that personally.
Yeah, I mean the franchise turned.
You gotta watch him during that part. He is everything. He is everything in that clip, dude. He is in a war. He is in a war. They will clip me. They will clip me 1,000 times. Oh, thank you, JC, for 27 months on a VIP. Those are the games you can play at Sony's booth. Oh, those are the games you can play at Sony's booth. Okay, that's still weird. Oh, so yeah, that makes sense. Yote's not playable there at the event. Okay, now I understand what they're doing.
It's 30 next year, which is wild, and it began on PlayStation. It's going to be on PlayStation 5. It's going to be on everything else, but it's kind of wild to look at humble beginnings.
Lono, it's 10:30 a.m. What's that mean? What's that have to do with anything?
And then where it is now, and I'm just dying to see the scope of this game and like what we're actually going to be doing. We've seen some claustrophobic hallways, but they've been playing it close to the chest, and I don't know. I guess it's nice to just sort of have that sense of like there's something lurking in the shadows. There's going to be some surprises there. There's a lot of stuff we don't know about this game, and I mean I loved RE4 to death. It was amazing, but it's also you kind of know where it's going, and I think the fact that they're like back again with something totally fresh is
I agree. I'm very, very excited for it. February can't come soon enough. Now it's Nintendo's turn. Let's go to the stage for the nominees for Best Nintendo Game.
Guys, you have no idea. This is such a hard category because all of the...
I love it. She has become my favorite. She is my favorite person in this broadcast. She's like, you can just tell. She's like, this entire thing is ridiculous. Stone Spire bumps the line, and I know what this man's doing. He just set it up. It's a 20 bomb to bring it home. Twitch, this is your opportunity to close the gap here and get close to the 37 lead they've got on you.
These games are amazing. Best Nintendo Switch 2 games of 2025. Leo, let's read out the nominees, please.
The nominees are Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mario Kart World, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Tova and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
Wait, Metroid Prime is playable there? Metroid Prime 4 is playable there?
And Winterboro.
And the winner for Best Nintendo Switch 2 Games 2025 here at Gamescom is Mario Kart World!
Congratulations, here's your award.
Thanks a lot for having me again.
Yeah, Celia, I need to ask you one question. How many tickets have you gotten lately? For
too
speeding.
Many. Yes, too many.
Let's head back to the studio to talk a little bit more about Mario Kart World, the winner of Best Switch 2 Game.
I love how behind me, I just want to show you guys something. Lilo is just transfixed now. He's listening intently to this interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. This guy's, I mean, you talk about locked in. This is the kind of energy you need to bring in your life, y'all. Like this man right here is locked in. He is not missing a single moment, and that's just how you should live your life. That Stitch. Listen, I need you guys to know. I need you guys to know something. I've actually never seen the movie. I didn't know that.
Thank you very much.
Mario Kart World launched with the Nintendo Switch 2 a couple months ago, showcasing the excellent multiplayer racing the series is known for, incredible polish, and the thrilling new Knockout Tour mode. I've been really I'm getting back into Mario Kart World a little bit now that I sort of finished the main story of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it just the racing feels so good. Best of its class. Welcome back. Congratulations.
Thank you for having me again.
Yep. Again, Mario Kart World, best Nintendo Switch 2 game. This is the big launch title.
Yes.
I'm sure everybody's very happy with it.
Yes, and we are so happy, and I'm happy to say on behalf of our development team that we really enjoy that people give us this award, so thanks a lot.
Shut it down. I'm
now
on
here at
subbing.
Gamescom,
All right, listen, when did it come out? When did it come out? I can explain this. Lilo and Stitch, right? Release date. When did it come out? Yeah, in 2020. No, I'm sorry. When the original Lilo and Stitch, not the new one. Okay, it came out in 2002. You have children? It came out in 2002. I was moving to Kentucky and going to college. You understand? I wasn't watching Disney movies then in my life. Now, my kids have watched it on Disney Plus, and they love it. And they actually, for whatever reason, they call Stitch, they call him King Booty. I don't know why they call him King Booty, but that's what they call him. They just decided to nickname him King Booty. So every time we see him, his name's King Booty. That's another reason that I don't know his frickin' name, okay? It's my children's fault. They nicknamed him King Booty, so I've never heard him called by his proper name, dadgummit. So, there. Bunch of frickin'...
You've got an enormous stand where people are queuing to play large multiplayer games of Mario Kart World. I can only imagine the elation I would feel at coming first in a Mario Kart World race here at Gamescom. Have you met any of the winners?
Well, actually, you can go on stage too and take part in the fun tournaments and try out Mario Kart World yourself with another 23 players. And you don't only race on your own courses, but this is an interconnected world, so it's really a new experience. And yeah.
No, what's great about this game is it's all ages. It's that classic thing of it's easy to learn, hard to master. Have you seen any incredible like young Mario Kart players come up and just blow everyone away? You're like, where'd you learn that?
Oh my God, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question. But actually, I can see it in my surrounding. I think that this knockout tour is quite helpful because players concentrate on the next checkpoint, right? So you only before they come there, they battle each
Banshee,
other.
I forgot to thank you for this.
When
Banshee,
it comes to this checkpoint, then
Banshee, thank you for 6 months on Twitch.
you have to be faster. You have to be within this group. Yeah. So that's very fun to listen to.
Which character is your favorite to race as?
Me? Oh my God, that's Toadette all the time.
Toadette?
Yes, I love it. I love it when her hair is, flying in the wind.
Jane, how about
Okay,
you?
okay. The woman they're interviewing is absolutely adorable. She's wonderful.
I mean,
so a new face.
cow representation here at Gamescom, absolutely.
No, I have to say, I tried the cow several times, and we really enjoyed it.
I feel like I still haven't found my main. I was a Roy Koopa in 8, and I'm still just kind of unlocking characters and outfits, and it's such a huge roster that it's really, it's a lot to work with. But, leaning towards Vampire Luigi, Waluigi.
Yes, and did you ever enjoy free roaming?
Oh, yeah.
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 I mean, that was kind of a big deal, right? It's the first time it's had an open world area in a Mario Kart World game. Mario Kart 8, it's a pretty tough act to follow, so I'm sure everyone in Sim is pretty happy with the big success of Mario Kart.
Detective C's asking an important question here. Why, what, they didn't allow Disney movies at seminary school? No, because Disney is the devil, and they do devilish things. No, I was honestly just too busy, A
lot of exciting PC games revealed here at Gamescom this year, but which was the fairest of them all? Seb and Leone are waiting in the wings with our nominees. Take it away.
Yes, thank you so much. Of course, the next category is also very exciting, the best PC game.
See, there's always a small part of me that hopes that the people doing something like this, when the camera's not on them, they're just progressively getting more and more drunk. Like, I think that would make for an incredible show. Like, by the time they get to the last category, they're like swaying in the wind and they're like barely able to talk. Like, I would actually push for that next year. You know what I mean? Like, just really stretch what your professionals can do here,
We have the following nominees, Sebastian.
First up is Anno 117 Pax Romana. Up next is Borderlands 4. We got PVKK, Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree, and last but not least, World of Warcraft.
Very, very strong entries. But the winner for Best PC Games for the Gamescom Award 2025 is
Anno 117 Pax Romana.
Congratulations! Oh my God, you guys are so many people.
I'm giving the award to all of you. How are you guys?
Congratulations, guys.
Amazing, overjoyed.
This is out for you, Anno team. Woo! Thank you. Yes, exactly. Look at them. The whole team is there. They're all there. So proud of you guys. Woo! Yes, guys, make some noise for the Anno team in the background. Congratulations, everyone. Head over.
This might be one of the best broadcasts that we've ever watched together, Chad.
To the studio to talk a little bit more about the game.
Anno 117 Pax Romana is the 8th mainline entry in the popular strategic city builder series. As you probably figured out, this one is set in ancient Rome, specifically in the 200-year period of Pax Romana, a golden age when things were going pretty well for the Roman Empire. We interviewed the Anno team earlier this week. They actually brought us a very cool gift. IGN began as the Imagine Games Network, and this says in Latin, Imaginary Games Net.
I saw that backstage and I was like, where did that come from? Now I get the origin story. Welcome, come on in. Congratulations.
Hello, welcome.
Get a couple of you over here and someone take the armchair. Congratulations, folks.
Oh, thank you. It's so exciting.
I see you've got a big team out there.
Yeah, the whole development team is here.
So how do you feel? Best PC game at Gamescom?
It feels just amazing. It's such a long journey that we were all on to, and now this is really the crowning achievement.
You can pass the mic.
Oh, you can pass that. There you go. Now, this is the this is the earliest ever setting for the series.
Right.
How does it feel to be taking it back to such an early period?
The whole development team's here. They really wanted T-shirts.
Oh, that's something super important for us. The community that is behind the Anno franchise since more than 25 years has been waiting for this game since forever. That's the top choice since we've surveying the community. They love this. We are demoing for the first time here at Gamescom, and so far I think everybody's in love. So we are really, really, really happy.
What are some of the things you've heard from fans that have been playing, getting a chance to play the game?
Yeah, I think they love the setting, they love the visuals, they love the immersive world that we created. So in general, I feel we get a lot of love nowadays, or these days.
And sorry, for the first time, you can choose one of two different regions to start in. Are you offering both of those here at Gamescom? Can people try both of them?
At Gamescom you could try both out. We have Albion and Latium. One in province is inspired by the Celtic.
I've actually never done the Bourbon Trail, no, Garski. My wife and I want to do it. We just got to get a sitter and pick a day, you know?
New.
And which side are people choosing most of all?
What do you think?
I think if you're maybe new to the franchise, maybe you're starting out in Latium. It's very warm, it's very welcoming, it's classic.
Mike on the mic says Chun-Li with the accent is throwing me off. They had to get the other guy off the couch. The guy with the mullet. They had to get him off the couch. I think he was too much. She's just too cute. You got to get him out of there. Poor guy. He needs a break. And thank you for the membership renewal, Petrov. 7 months. Hey, Lono, chat for 7 months. What's going on?
Starts inside the studio. It starts with the development team. Everyone that works on it is absolutely wonderful. Our community developer, Oliver Waltz, carries that energy into the community, and it is so wholesome, and everybody is just building together.
Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anno 117 Pax Romana is out November 13th for PC, as well as
Oh, that's why he said congratulations. Now I understand. They were on the couch because they got the award and then they interviewed them. I was so confused as to why he said congratulations.
5 and Xbox Series. Right now it's break time. When we come back, Heart of Gaming.
All right, chat, you know the drill. Do all the things. Smash the like button, get that member count going. And we'll see if we can get some interviews here about some games. Let's see if we get some gameplay. They're awarding people who apparently are not there to show anything. They're there to talk. Yeah, I mean that. All right, hang on. All right, we can watch this.
Yeah, go for it.
It is fine that no one from Team Cherry is here because they need to be finishing this game.
Yeah. I mean, this has been, I think, one of the coolest moments I've ever seen at Gamescom because we share a hall with Xbox. They were streaming this live. We were streaming this live here, too. And you could, in unison, just hear everyone scream at the same time when this release date dropped. And, if you think about Gamescom this year, it kicked off with Opening Night Live. Jeff Keighley's up there on stage. We saw a glimpse of this game. Fans were pulling it apart to be like, oh, we saw a little footage that projected behind him. We need more. When are we going to see it next? They get a full trailer, a release date, and it's like 2 weeks away. They couldn't possibly be better for Hollow Knight fans right now.
I went over to the Xbox stand where you can play Silksong, and there at the front of the queue, there were a couple of guys in like the Silksong clown makeup
nice.
with the rainbow wigs and the noses. I was so happy for them, and that was before the surprise announcement. So,
well,
good times.
the clown thing became synonymous with like feeling kind of stupid every time you anticipated an announcement at every Nintendo Direct, every Xbox conference, everything, and just not getting it. And now they finally got what they wanted. And you know, they came out and said in an interview with Bloomberg, it took so long because they're having a good time making the game. They're just happy to be making something they love making.
That's such a wonderful treat. Like, I feel like so often we hear about, troubled development of games or things that are just, stuck.
Yeah.
But they're just having fun. And then it shows. It looks incredible. This is going to be a work of art. And yeah.
And now, as of today, it's less than 2 weeks away, so.
Yeah.
Exciting times. And now it's time to recognize some of the best booths here at Gamescom. First up, the Gamescom jury has selected the best booth in the business section and the best in the general audience part of the convention center. The same publisher won both categories. We go to the stage to learn the winner.
No, they have not revealed the price yet for Silksong. So we will have to wait. See Lono at $626. I'm not sure what you're saying. It's $626. What are you talking about?
There is so many great booths here at Gamescom 2025. You have no idea. Every hall is packed, but there can only be one winner. And I'm very happy about this winner this year because the booth is amazing in the business area for the community. And here in Hall 6, the winner for Best Booth 2025 is Ubisoft!
Everyone's like, huh? It's literally going to be Guillermo. Like, he refuses to relinquish control. No, it'll be his son to accept the award.
Guys, your annual 117 booths are amazing for the community, for the people, for the press and the business area, but also the booth right next door. Guys, how did you come up with these designs?
I mean, it's very easy. We just want to be close to our fans, close to the community, and close to our partners. So that's what we're here for, and that's the basic idea of the booth.
Okay, we're going to swap microphones. Like, what is the hardest challenge for you to design a booth like that?
To really have an immersive experience, to add added value for the fans. So we just don't want to
They gave
have
this guy a
the
mic.
hands-on pure as an
He just
experience.
owned
We
it.
want to build a world around it so that the people really feel that they're entering the world.
Very, very, very great. Congratulations again. We're going to send you to the studio. Thank you very much. The community loves it. We love it. Gamescom loves it. Thank you very much.
That was phenomenal. They handed him the mic just to hold it. he just held it. And they just kept passing the mic back and forth. Why wouldn't she just ask the question?
All right, Ubisoft picking up the jury's picks for both best business booth and the best booth out here on the general show floor. Jana, you're here at Gamescom. Let's say you're here on business. What do you look for in a booth?
Well, I mean, probably a cup of coffee and somewhere to sit down. On the public
espresso,
side, the
yeah.
Ubisoft booth, the Anno 117, they've got some enormous statues, enormous that I assume are real, and that's tough to get into the Messe here in Cologne.
Yeah.
I think they had to probably borrow them from the museum. They're probably really valuable to just get actual statues.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm always curious about these things because there is this spectacle to creating a, big, huge space.
It's like a temporary theme park.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Welcome, everybody.
Hey, welcome everyone. Yes.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, congratulations. Best booth both on the business side and on the consumer-facing side.
Exactly. Yeah, we're very proud. Thanks for having us here, and it's really a team effort, so that's why we showed up.
That's not a booth. They built like a second building within the building.
There's so many people here.
Okay, so the expression
they're still walking around it.
is Rome wasn't built in a day. How long does it take to put together a booth that is Roman?
Yeah, this is what you do for an interview. This is what you do, right? All right, first order of business. have one guy in the wrong color t-shirt. That's object number one. Object number two, have a bunch of people standing behind you that will not take any of the questions. They're just there to support. Like, this is the Brute Squad. They're here in case Baldy gets out of line. You know what I mean? They'll just like, that's a bad question, and they'll just punch him, right? They're ready. This guy brought he brought his entourage with him to the interview. Why wouldn't you just send him over and tell the other guys, like, you guys are good. You don't need to come over.
Themed.
Well, more or less 9 months from the very first day to what you see now on the booth. Of course, it's a lot of planning and a lot of nitty-gritty details. We want to really embrace the Anno brand and the community into it. So that's why we put a lot of efforts into it. And now you see the results over here.
Like you guys, we get here a few days before the convention starts, and we get to watch it get built, right? We're here on those early days. There's construction movers moving around. There's, carpentry happening. What's it like seeing stuff that was, in a design form for so long suddenly become an actual thing that you can walk around in?
I mean, it's really like goosebump moment for everybody, from us as the marketing and IT team and our agency guys as well. And of course, for the development team as well, they really see their game coming to life in three-dimensional statues, 4.5 meters high. So really great to see goosebumps, and I guess I saw a tear in somebody's eye as well.
Is there any particular detail you're especially proud of that you want to call out?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is really based on the original textures of the game itself, so the floor, the walls, etc. But of course, there's one thing which is like the town crier, 4.5 meters, 3D printed, and that's really also the main character of our whole campaign. So that's why it's so nice to see it in this size here at the booth.
What are the different considerations you have to give for a booth that's meant for the consumer-facing side and the business side? You have to treat them differently, right?
Yeah, we treat them differently, but it's like the same underlying story. Both have a very open and inviting design. So we're here to meet our partners, we're here to meet our fans and the community, so that's why we're trying to be as open as possible, and both have the same underlying theme for it.
As somebody who took hundreds of photos in-game in Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws, I want to thank you for putting a bunch of fan pictures on the sides from photo modes in games. Like, it's such a cool touch. It was awesome walking by that.
Yeah, I think that was a very important detail we wanted to take care of. It's the best photos, I think 120 in total from the last 3 years of the contest. And it's really one thing for us to show how community-centric we want to be. And that's really an awesome thing to see.
Well, Ubisoft jury's picks for best booth of the show. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we have to take a quick break. There's still a couple more Gamescom awards to hand out, so don't go anywhere.
Guys, make sure you're doing all the things. I've paused those pesky things that nobody likes on YouTube. Make sure and hit the like button. Try and get us to 300 likes. We're also working on the goal for tonight. And then if you hit the stretch goal, maybe we'll share some music with you tonight or something like that. I'm working on a new one based off of some, recent developments and things I'm obviously pretty passionate about. I've been saying Pete Parsons needs to go for a while. It looks like we don't really have any game coverage left here at IGN sitting on this couch. Yeah, their broadcast is over. So they're just handing out awards now to things that are not they're not actual like games. They're just having fun, which is fine. They're welcome to have fun. Man, oh man, the people are really not happy about my tweet about Elden Ring on the Switch 2. They're like, it's not the Switch's fault. It's FromSoft's fault. Oh, okay. Whatever you say. It's got like 180,000 views. I was just trying to let people know. It doesn't look very good on the Switch. It's looking like slow motion. Chad, I don't know if there's anything else going on. Let's take a look here. Okay, so we did get a roadmap from The Division during their stream. I didn't feel like watching it. It took too long to get to the point. So they have scoped out here 2025 Season 1 and 2 Resurgence closed tests. I don't know what the Division resurgence is. We'd have to look that up. Division 2 Mutiny Season 3. Anniversary for the franchise, 10 years. New content, more info coming soon. And then Survivors, let me get out of the way here. Division 2 Survivors is coming TBA. So is that, I'm assuming, are they finally giving us Survivor back, like the Survivor mode that they had? The one time it's not FromSoft's fault, now they want to blame FromSoft. Yeah, people can't make up their minds. Yeah. Night Rain was perfect. You could not criticize it, you know. But, you know, performance issues on the Switch, it's their fault. I'm just scrolling here to see if there's anything new. If you guys seen anything that you want me to react to or pull up, trailers, announcements, any new gameplay. We already looked at Digital Foundry talking about the performance issues with Metal Gear. We looked at new footage of Borderlands. We have a Lost Soul Aside PC features trailer that just went live, it looks like today. Wait. Hang on. Let me turn the audio off. Let me turn my music back on. PC will launch at 5 p.m. Pacific on August 28th in the U.S. Latin America. Okay. So like a 12, looks like maybe like a 12-hour head start for whatever reason on PC. That might have something to do with Steam and how they launch things. I don't know. But yeah, it looks like you're going to be able to play it a little bit earlier on PC. But yeah, PS5 and PC next week on the 29th. We're going to be checking that out for sure. And I got a tweet here from Shinobi about The Expanse. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for sharing this. And so, The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, New Details, recap, takes place during the first 2 books in the Expanse series, or the first 2.5 seasons of the show. You play as a mercenary for Pinkwater Security, who also has an identical twin. Customizable character, origin, gender, presets like marksman, sniper, officer, etc. Branching story takes around 20 to 30 hours. Runs parallel to James Holden's story in the books and the show. Some of the actors from the show will make appearances in the game. Both you and your twin visit the asteroid Eros when Protogen conducts their experiment involving extraterrestrial material, and you escape on a stolen Protogen shuttle. Pinkwater Station is very lively and detailed. NPCs gossiping about the news. A Protogen ship allows you to the station. You can find a way to escape or convince the station commander to take up arms in your persuasion scores if it's high enough. Choosing to fight can have heavy repercussions. Companions have special abilities to aid you during gameplay. Example, your sibling Jay can take advantage of structural weaknesses like causing a ceiling to collapse or blow up sections to catch enemies on fire. Hacker can hit foes with an EMP, or a sniper can provide cover fire. Battles affect the environment with impressive detail, with the walls quickly becoming pockmarked by bullets. One way to escape Protogen is to head outside the station using your mag boots, letting you walk on any surface. Outer space is gorgeous with Jupiter in the background. You can find crafting materials and equipment while exploring. Some areas are locked behind skill checks you and your companions might have, and then you can choose how you and your sibling escape back to your ship, which will impact what happens. Okay, so let's take a look at these pictures here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think this game looks good, showing a lot of promise. Those are some good details from Shinobi there. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for sharing that. It's a pure action RPG game like DMC Bio and heavily inspired. Oh, are you talking about Lost Soul Aside? Phantom Blade Zero looks amazing. According to Google, Bethesda is supposed to be showing stuff around 12 Central. That's a long time from now. That's like 4 hours from now. Can we cancel Ono again for saying Eros all weird? How are you supposed to say it? Been reading the series, hoping to be done with it before the game comes out. Jerry. A belter never forgets. Hang on, I'm gonna text here. What is this? Oh, okay. Arrows? Sorry. Arrows. Boss Tackett coming in with 25 months. Thank you so much for being with me that long. That's a lot of months, man. Welcome back. It is now 38-10. Purple, you got to rally to try to beat them today. You would know if you watched the show, you poser. We watched the first episode a long time ago, and oh yeah, I forgot. I'll put the trophy in here. We got this trophy yesterday from Twitch, so thank you, Twitch, for sending that. Jerry with a gifted membership. Thank you so much. Bumping the line to 484. He's going to bump it again to 485. He's trying to make it easy. He's like, hey, man, couple of 5 bombs, and we'll be home free for tonight. You guys could then work on a stretch goal. You got to let me know what you want. Music? Do you want to make me play a game? Wire says, I'm pissed you didn't post that. Didn't post what? Oh, this? Come on. Why would we stoke those fires? Why? That's 2 hours from now? Huh? What's 2 hours from now? The Bethesda thing? And a 5 bomb comes in from Jerry. He's like, I'm going to set it up myself. We are now a 10 bomb away. I currently owe YouTube 2. I currently owe you guys 2. Twitch, it's your time to shine. Somebody drop that 10 bomb. Get us to the 500. Then I'll owe you a member. Noon Central is 2 hours from now. Boys. Noon Central. Oh, Noon Central. I was thinking West. I was like, Noon Central? That's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was thinking of Western time zone. My bad. Okay, 2 hours from now. Sorry. I saw somebody clip an hour of your show yesterday on X. Gaz and others slammed them to take it down. Wait, why were they slamming them to take it down? Because it's basically... Were they telling them that's basically content theft? Because it is. Hype train started. Hey, we got a hype train started over here. One part of Gamecom, what do you think of Kirby Air Riders? I thought Kirby Air Riders looked great. I was talking to a friend of mine at church. He heads up the youth. And I was kind of shocked. He was like, he'd always been a bigger fan of he took it down. Oh, he did take it down. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen, folks who are critical of me and don't like me. Oh, yeah, Gaz says Reforge is a melt. I don't understand why you would call me a melt, but okay. But clipping an entire hour of his show, that's taking the piss. Yeah, I would say so. It's not taking the piss. That's content theft. You're not even altering it. You're just re-uploading it. Like, if you did it on YouTube, I would be like, hey, you can't do that. Like, you can put me in your content. You can react. You can call me names, I guess, if that's what you want to do with your platform. If that's how you want to conduct yourself, go right ahead. But just re-uploading that's a form of theft, man. That's not repurposed. Another racing game right after your launch racing game. Well, here's the thing. Kirby Air Riders is a pretty strong following. Kirby has a strong following. And a single gift that comes in from James. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Whoops. There we go. Raw Ally X is coming October 16th. It is. Yeah, but again, on the Mario Kart Kirby thing, I think people underestimate how popular Kirby is. Kirby's pretty popular, and I think people are very excited about Air Riders. It's a very different style game. And you're like, oh, racing game. I would point you to how successful racing games are, even when you would see, like, for example, like how well Forza Horizon did on PlayStation. No one was like, oh, another racing game. We already have Gran Turismo. No, it sold incredibly well. There's a big audience. There's a big audience for that. You know? So, oh, there we go. That's how you fix the lockout. That's really weird. If Chrome ever freezes on you, just click on another application and, like, immediately unfreezes. Somebody said just turn up the camera speed in Elden Ring. Boy, oh boy. He called you a hot sandwich? No. A melt is like a stupid person. It's like an insult. It's like calling somebody over, like over there they call somebody like a donut or a doorknob or a melt. It just means that you're dumb. You're an idiot. It's a very intellectual way, to speak about somebody. It's a very highbrow and respectable. The main mode of Kirby Air Riders isn't even the racing, it's the city trials. That's exactly what my friend said. He said the racing's not even the draw. He said the city trials is the draw. He's like, that's what me and my friends, that's what me and my brothers, that's where we spent all of our time, was in the city trials. Racing was always the side mode in the original. Still fun, but not the main selling point. I'm hoping that they have other modes that they didn't show because those menus had plenty of empty space. I saw somebody say Kirby Air Riders is like Smash Brothers, but fast. The only racing game we need is Diddy Kong Racing. Well, and that's the thing. It wouldn't surprise me at all if like a Diddy Kong Racing came out. It would probably also be popular. People would buy it. I think a lot of the times people underestimate that, like, just because Mario Kart is very popular, it doesn't mean that a game like Kirby Air Riders or even Diddy Kong Racing can't also come out and coexist. Now, you might say it's disappointing because, you haven't got a lot of first-party Nintendo games this year, but that's kind of Nintendo's MO. They only ever do a typical, like, in a year, they'll do a couple of first-party. You got Mario Kart, then you got Donkey Kong. The Pokemon game is soon, isn't it? And then there is the, you guys have 19 seconds on the hype train on Twitch. You might want to hurry if you're going to try to roll it over. And then you've got Metroid is at some point. I still don't know what they're doing there. Now, Battlefield 6 apparently has spoke to movement. They're going to be nerfing movement significantly for the final game in comparison to the beta. Jumping around will be much less effective, and they're trying to create a traditional Battlefield experience that's less like Call of Duty. So that was one of the complaints I saw people making on like Twitter and stuff. They were saying that, like, it didn't feel like Battlefield. You had people just zipping around, jumping around, flipping around. Right here is Rebs Gaming's got it. Movement mechanics have been adjusted to create a more balanced and traditional Battlefield experience. Momentum, especially horizontal speed, carried from a slide into a jump has been reduced. There is now a greater penalty for consecutive jumps, which lowers jump height when jumps are spammed. Firing while jumping or sliding will result in increased inaccuracy. These changes are designed to make sliding and jumping more situational, so they are no longer ideal options for engaging in gunfights and will contribute to a gameplay pace that rewards skillful movement without becoming too fast or unpredictable. Parachute physics have been retuned with reduced initial acceleration when opening the parachute for more controlled aerial movement. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. If your game appeals to people, if your game appeals to people who want a more tactical game, and you got guys jumping around, zipping around, you know, it'll feel like, hey man, that's that Call of Duty nonsense. We don't want that over here. You know, I get why people would be critical of that, because it would make the game feel, you know, as if it's going in the wrong direction. So, I'm just checking the news feeds here to see if we have anything else about Gamescom 2025 live coverage to discuss. I'm not seeing much. Star Wars actor Katie Sackhoff said her experience on The Mandalorian left her largely unable to work after struggles understanding her character impacted her confidence. Well, that's really unfortunate. I thought she did a great job. She seems so sweet, too. She's got that podcast that she does. I thought she was excellent as Bo. Without... This can't go here. I'm going to hurt myself. Here, we'll have to... Yeah, I can't have it in that spot. Can we... There. Yeah, it can't be in my... You know, I gotta be able to, like, move my arms and not, like, crack my elbow on the dadgum thing. Surprising to hear that she sounded pretty confident in her character in interviews. Well, I mean, she's been around for a long time. She's been in the industry for a long time, so she did her job. But internally, it sounds like she had a lot going on. Do you see they talked about the next Black Myth title? They spoke about it, or are you talking about when they announced it? Which do you mean? Did they actually do an interview about it? I have not seen that, if that's what you're saying. Man, that freaking tweet. Oh my gosh, I did not know that was going to happen. It's at like 200 and something thousand views. That would never work as a short because it's not my video, but the Elden Ring on the Switch is apparently a hot topic right now. Oh, cool new feature, by the way. I pushed out a short about Bungie CEO Pete Parsons stepping down. Somebody was watching it this morning, and they said down in the corner a little bubble popped up and said that I was going live in 15 minutes. That's really cool. We need to remember that. I need to think about that going forward. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Lono can be deep into a rant and or splitting an atom or something and a 5-bomb. Oh, do you not like that? I mean, I've actually tried not to do that as disruptively as I have in the past. Some people had seemingly thought it was too disruptive and kind of took over the broadcast sometimes. But I mean, when people start pouring on the insanity, man, you gotta shout them out. You know, you gotta give people the love for the support of the show. Oh, you love it? Okay, I was like, yeah. Didn't Nintendo promise 4K 60? I don't know if they ever promised 4K 60. Did they? The next game in the Black Myth series, Black Myth Zonghui, new single-player game action announced, a developer game since Gamescom. Yeah, we knew about that. Yeah, they announced that during opening night live. That's not on Lono. He has to shout them out. That's on the Toxic Generosity. That's right. There's a deeper meaning there, isn't there, Zoop? Another new Expanse Osiris Reborn article after the hands-on demo. Okay, so Lone Wolf's got some more details here on the Expanse here. Hopefully there's no planets that I say the name wrong. Zubair. Another new, the Expanse Osiris Reborn article after the hands-on demo. The game is very inspired by Mass Effect and has similar basic structure. 2 companions with you during combat that you direct but don't directly control. Several hubs from which you select missions similar to Mass Effect 2 and 3. no completely open game worlds. There are no controllable space battles or fight through space. Physical realism in combat in space is something Owlcat is proud of. The noises are muffled, the animations become slower, and enemy corpses and blood float through space. Game uses Unreal 5. It's not a planet, it's an asteroid. Dear God, why am I still here? 180 Owlcat in-house devs working on Osiris Reborn, and around 100 external staff. Hopefully I'm saying this right here. Osiris Reborn. Veterans from Cyberpunk 2077 and Halo were brought onto the project. The early version was a bit rough with animations and wooden characters, and based on what the journalists saw, they believe a 2027 release may be more realistic than 2026. Well, there you go. No controllable space battles. Yeah, it didn't seem like that's the kind of game that they were selling. You know? It didn't seem like that's the kind of game they were selling, that you were going to have like space battles and stuff. It seemed like it was going to be more like you travel through space, but then you primarily are like running around like action RPG style. How can I reply to someone with typing their without typing their entire name out? I think if you put an @ symbol before their name, it should help. Now they're saying strong but limited PC performance of Metal Gear. How does the game perform on PC? In truth, performance is very strong with a solid lock 60 FPS, but it feels limited due to the lack of granularity within the options. You essentially pick from different presets based on the hardware specs and then choose between 30 or 60 frame rate modes. For someone like me with access to a high-end PC, it's always disappointing to be locked to 60 FPS maximum frame rate when I know my PC could achieve much more. However, 60 FPS is more than enough for the slower-paced action-style game. And a 10 bomb comes in from Cardok Ren over here on Team Purple, and he secures it. But that's an Agent of Chaos, and I don't know. You guys might have to vote on what you want if you guys manage to unlock a stretch goal. We actually haven't had a stretch goal in a couple of weeks here. And Cardok Ren puts us on the path to getting one. Thank you so much for doing that, Cardok Ren. I actually owe you guys a member, and then I owe 2 to Team YouTube. I was going to hold off on Team YouTube and see if they would just earn 5, and I would just drop a 5 bomb. We'll see if they get there. There you go. Special K, unlock FPS. Yeah, I don't know. That is a weird choice. That is a weird choice. Jez Corden says, out of all the things he played at Gamescom, my game of the show is Chronos The New Dawn. If you like Dead Space, do not sleep on this, but it's also very much its own thing. Very impressed. Okay. Checking the news feeds here, boys. That's like why I locked Wu Chang at 105 FPS for the best frame rate with no drops. Special K is a secondary launcher that allows you to mess with all sorts of settings that you're not allowed to mess with. Oh. Well, there you go. Stretch goal. Lono plays the OG Kirby Air Rider so you can see what I'm talking about. Yo, Bro Sexy comes in with 5 months and a prime. Now I have a streak over here. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Guys, check your primes. They add up. There's so many of you here that are probably paying for Amazon Prime, and you can throw your support my way over there on Team Purple. Ain't nobody got time for that, Zuby. What'd Zuby say? Pro tip, if I'm calling you by shortened version of your @ it's because I'm on mobile and it doesn't auto-complete, and I ain't got time to type out all those extra letters. I seriously think we could turn this into a bit if we wanted to engagement farm and Lono purposely pronounces words incorrectly and post them on TikTok. I am trying to continue to delay the things on YouTube that are pesky. Do me a favor, if you appreciate that, smash the like button. Try and get us to 300 likes. That'd be greatly appreciated. Plenty of people hanging out today, and we greatly appreciate it. By the way, we've been drawing attention to this on YouTube. We are supported by the viewer. That is how we do this full time. So if you've never supported the channel and I get you through your workday and work week, consider hitting that join button, and it supports me directly. And then you get access to extra content. Yeah, it looks like the news is slowing down, boys. It is slowing down. Pragmata is there. It says here that on August 31st, they're going to be at the main theater for the Capcom Presents panel. So that's all the way on Sunday at the end of this month. TY for the gifted sub. Raven, thanks so much for being here and getting that gifted sub. Lost Soul Aside features and new behind-the-scenes details. So we got a blog here from PlayStation. Hello, everyone. Before unveiling what we prepared for PC players, Lost Soul Aside and PS5 on August 29th, I want to share the journey that brought us here. What began as a solo prototype has grown through years of iteration, the incredible support of the China Hero Project, and the encouragement of a passionate community into the full-scale action RPG you see today. In our new behind-the-scenes developer video, you'll meet the talented team at Ultazero Games and hear in our own words about the passion, challenges, and breakthroughs that shaped every strike combo boss encounter. It's an inside look at the creative process that brought Lost Soul Aside from a single idea to the game we can't wait for you to play. Where's the behind-the-scenes video? I don't want to read it. This is all great. Well, here's PC requirements, okay? So all the way down here, you want Ultra with ray tracing turned on. They're saying 5070 Ti. If you just want to run it high, a 3070. High with ray tracing on, 4080. 16 gig of RAM across the board. Yo, it's good, Brap. How are you, sir? Oh, right here. Is this it? Is this a hero's journey? I'm in the wrong scene. I don't know if we're going to be able to understand this.
当时其实更多的是一个个人的爱好。
Okay, so they've got the auto dubbing working. Hang on, let me go back here and fix this scene that I just screwed up. There we go. Okay, let's try this again.
我是杨斌，我是《失落之魂》的制作人。 时我需要一边学习一边制作，后来做出了最早的时候大家看到的那个 demo。在刚把预告片发到网上的时候，我没有想很多，结果没想到我的邮箱马上被各种各样的邮件塞满了。之后我的邮箱里收到了一个索尼互娱的同事发过来的邀请，我当时很震惊也很兴奋，立刻回复了他。就此我与索尼互娱的同事建立了联系，也是从那个时候开始和索尼互娱包括中国之星计划建立了最开始的接触，成为了后面深度合作的契机。
刚好10年前，我们决定在中国开始 PlayStation 业务的时候，我们决定做的方向是建立一个中国的主机游戏的生态。中国之星计划是鼓励中小型的开发团队去开发高品质的游戏，我们也会提供给到中国开发者们各方面的资源，帮助他们开发出更好的游戏。
All right, hang on. Apparently, they have re-uploaded the footage of Elden Ring. Okay. He's re-uploaded the footage of Elden Ring, even in the open world. Hang on.
Going down from your initial point. I like that you're trying to explore all avenues. It's smart. And if you go back to the cliffside where you're peering over the edge, oh yes, please, and you go. This would be a series.
Yeah, okay. Let's watch the boss fight. Yeah, so the video that I responded to looked terrible whenever the camera sweeped around. I thought they weren't allowed to record. I don't know, they did.
Nice. Ooh, first hit. Gamer.
That's all I got. Maybe we can talk this out. That's a light attack. Right bumper. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Okay, like I don't know. I don't want to show much more because if they didn't want people recording or whatever, but the fact of the matter is that the footage that I showed on Twitter literally looked like slow motion when the camera panned around. It did look a little bit better there before he got to the fight, like panning. It just looked like a normal, like 30 FPS game, which I don't think is very good. But in that fight, he didn't spin the camera around, so it's not the same footage. The footage that I responded to, he's actually having to spin the camera all the way around, and it like looks like slow motion. The reason why I don't think that was an issue with the upload or a processing thing, it's literally looks fine before he gets to the fight. And in that situation there, it looks fine because he's not swinging the camera around. I don't know. I'd be very cautious about getting that game on the Switch.
最初最吸引我们的，或者说到现在为止仍然很吸引我们的是这个团队的热情和他们的专业程度。那么同时呢，这个项目从项目的层面来看呢，他们的美术呢是做得非常不错的。然后呢，杨明老师呢他自己也是在这方面的专业。那么我们这边呢还希望呢能够帮助这个团队，帮助这个项目能够更上一层楼。
我们会花很长的时间让团队能够在不同的理念碰撞下交流，最终做出大家都满意的作品。比如我们的美术同事，他创作了一个新的概念设计、新的原画。当我看到的时候，觉得这其实是我没有想到的东西。这东西它是一种惊喜。我也逐渐意识到，我们的项目已经突破了我个人的能力上限，项目成为了一个团队的作品。我们在不断突破团队的上限。从开始到现在，我一直觉得我们的游戏最大的特色就是流畅爽快的战斗，这也是我自己最喜欢的部分。
我们的战斗设计呢，是主打爽快战斗类的，和猎天使魔女鬼泣这种都属于是 hack and slash 之类。然后我是这样觉得的，我们自己在设计战斗的时候， 因为给了更高度的自由度。
像我们主角有非常多的武器，总共有4种武器，这4种武器每一种都可以进行互相的配合，打出非常华丽的一种连招。
也有很多种像火、雷、冰这种元素的类型。剑的攻击里会挥舞出火焰来，这个我觉得是很酷的。
整个上手的打击感也非常的棒，这就归功于我们的动画、我们的战斗设计以及我们的音效各方面的一个通力合作。
为此，我们实际上克服了很多困难。所有的设计都是围绕着战斗的流畅度展开。我们在设计 BOSS 的过程中有一个理念，就是尽可能塑造形态各异的种类，让玩家可以体验到人形的、野兽的、巨大的或者小体型的，有敏捷类的，也有力量型的。我们希望玩家在这个过程中一直有比较新鲜的体验，不一样的体验。不光是战斗系统，在场景的设计上，我们也希望给玩家一场像旅行一样的体验。所以我们塑造了风格形态各异的场景，让玩家能够在各种风格、各种环境、各种天气下进行冒险。
Guys,
Guys,
do me a favor really quickly if you haven't already. Smash that like button. Try to get us to 300 likes today. Make sure YouTube's saving it. It's acting a little funky today, so make sure it's saving your likes.
我们在就是设计关卡它的主题的时候，更倾向于去做一些奇观，以这个围绕着奇观构建来做一些关卡的设计。
在《失落之魂》游戏中有太多的场景等着你去探索。在此基础上，能给玩家的意外惊喜就是，其实它还有很多摇滚音乐或者是金属音的电子音乐的元素。当你进入那个世界的时候，所有的音乐突然就变了，这种音乐让你感到哇。
最开始塑造卡泽尔这个角色的时候，他其实并不想承认自己会是一个英雄，他只是作为一个平凡的人去做一些不平凡的事。
Arena 是属于在上古时期，就是一直在遗迹里沉浸的一个巨兽。那它机缘巧合下，就是寄生在卡泽尔的体内，产生了这种共生的关系。
整个《失落之魂》的故事也围绕着这2个角色展开。他们怎么相遇？他们怎么一起去解决不光是他们，还有他们的家人，还有整个人类所面对的危机。《失落之魂》就是一个这样的故事。
有些无论战斗呀、感受啊、氛围啊，我感觉都挺棒的，就会倾注于自己的很多一些心血在里面嘛。
就是在我们项目，就是大家热情都非常高，就是非常的负责任。这份工作也是让我对游戏设计充满了热爱。
在《失落之魂》正式发行之后，当然最大的期望还是我们塑造的游戏体验是能够让玩家满意的，能让玩家觉得这么多年的等待也是值得的。
因为呢，我现在中国之星新入选的很多项目，好几个的制作人都是受杨斌的影响，才投身游戏开发。我觉得这是一个非常好的闭环，就是杨斌老师在某种程度上其实是带动了一部分中国这个游戏开发的这个产业的发展。
这个游戏的成功研发代表了 PlayStation 中国之星计划项目的精神。从一个人的游戏开发者到与 SIE 及所有的合作伙伴们携手，共同面对环境与市场变化，克服各种困难，最终打磨出一部好的作品。这是 PlayStation 一直以来希望为创作者和玩家们带来的一个连结。
坚持到现在，首先是感谢所有的粉丝和玩家一直以来给我的鼓励和支持，让我不管在这个过程中经历了什么样的困难，都能够坚持到现在。
Yeah, I mean, I've said for a while now, this is kind of the beginning of what I call PlayStation's secret weapon. I mean, if they can have success in the Chinese market with a game like that, and if they can, you know, get some actual console saturation in that market, it'll be a huge step for them. And that this looks like, you know, this looks like it's going to be the first game that might actually have the potential to catapult their efforts on that effort with the China Hero Project. I can listen to people speaking Japanese all day long, but I just can't get behind how Chinese sounds. I've always said that like Japanese and Korean sound like percussion. It's like it got this like, it's got like this, they're bouncing off of the, and I love Korean and Japanese, I think are beautiful. Chinese has more of a mash, it sounds kind of mashed together sometimes, and it can also, depending on who's speaking, it can get very tonal. Like it has like this, and there is something musical to it, but I'm more of a fan of Japanese and Korean because it sounds more like percussion to me. So yeah, that's just kind of how I hear it. Like I don't speak it, so I hear it, and that's how it sounds to me. So I especially like Korean. I loved that in First Berserker Kazan because I know a teeny tiny bit, and it was cool to like hear little phrases and words every once in a while. So if you guys are tuning in, maybe you clicked off of the you might have clicked off of the tweet that's going a little crazy out there with the Switch footage that I put out there and said that I feel like it's running kind of poorly. Welcome on in. Make sure you guys hit subscribe if you want a Safe for Work talk show Monday through Friday. We're just kind of combing over kind of the last bastion of Gamescom 2025 coverage that is out there. Just sort of combing through the news feeds here to see if there's anything new getting unveiled. And that Lost Soul Aside video I thought was enjoyable to watch. Interesting that they went, you know, from this, you know, one-man thing. We have a Where Winds Meet PlayStation features video. Let me see if they put this on their YouTube channel, because Where Winds Meet is also almost here. PlayStation channel. Let's see if they uploaded it, because the Twitter video quality is usually pretty poor. Yeah, here we go. Hang on. So we got another video here to watch. This is PS5 features for Where Winds Meet. So let me fix my crop for this scene here. Hang on, I was fixing the crop. You guys mind if we rerun it? I'm sorry, I missed it. I was fixing the crop. I don't think Where Winds Meet is a part of the China Hero Project, no. Stunning 4K. Here, there's stuff down in your corner. I don't want to be in the way. So with haptic feedback, feel the rhythm of wuxia combat with haptic feedback. I don't think range was all that effective there. You can't believe that game is free to play. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in what exactly is going to be the long tail plans for Where Winds Meet, content wise, monetization wise. Yeah, a little interested in to see where they go with it. I agree. Is it live service? Yeah, so like Where Winds Meet, if we go to their Steam page here, it's an open world action adventure RPG set in ancient China, 10th century. It's wuxia, I think that's how you pronounce it. Online PvP, online co-op. They're calling it an open world action adventure RPG. So chaos, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, from bustling cities to forgotten temples hidden deep within Emerald Forest, the world flows with life, changing with time, weather, and your actions. Traverse vast landscapes in wuxia style, scale rooftops with fluid parkour, ride the wind stride across miles and moments, or use fast travel points to leap between regions. Uncover thousands of points of interest, discover over 20 distinct regions, interact with diverse characters, and engage with numerous authentic activities. Okay, so big world. Okay, so combat, no. Here we go. Embark on a rich, narrative-driven adventure with over 150 hours of solo gameplay, or open your world up to 4 friends in seamless co-op. Build or join a guild to unlock a wide range of group activities, from intense guild wars to challenging multiplayer dungeons and epic raids. Prove your might in competitive duels, or step into a shared, ever-evolving world with thousands of fellow adventurers. So it's got like MMO vibes. Somebody said, the interaction on your tweet is sending me. This guy says, what the F is this abomination of a sensitivity? Turn that crap all the way up. Justin Time says, that's not the sensitivity, that's the frame rate tanking so hard that it can only move that fast. And this guy says, I hope you're joking, please be joking. That's why I tweeted it. The guy said that it ran fine. I actually watched the footage, and I'm like, I don't think this footage shows it running fine. I think it showing it running pretty poorly. Not sure what the issue is. And if you guys didn't see, even Ecstasis is tweeting about this. Caution, Metal Gear Solid performs quite poorly on PS5 Series X according to Digital Foundry. It also performs poorly on the PS5 Pro. It renders between 720 and 1080 and runs with drops from 30 to 50 in performance mode. On PS5 Pro, things seems to be even worse. So, heads up on that game next week. And they haven't even been able to test it on Xbox yet. Digital Foundry was not given a code for Xbox. So we don't even know how it runs on Series X and Series S. So Ecstasis is saying that, but they weren't, Digital Foundry was not even given a code for that. So we will see where all that ends up, because that is obviously a concern whenever a game comes out and is having those issues. Also seems to be incredibly limited on PC. Like, you basically pick between 30 and 60 modes. So, a little confusing. Digital Foundry isn't our god. I don't think anybody's saying that they are. But when they break down a game and they give you the literal facts on performance, I would listen. If you want to have some idea of how the game is going to run. Sunderfolk is a couch co-op tactical RPG adventure. Free trial is out now. Oh, it's like one of those grid-based, turn-based games. I saw the co-op and got excited. Bungie CEO Pete Parsons steps down following years of criticisms, layoffs, and their infamous classic car. Oh, and that infamous classic car collection. We can talk about this now if you guys want. we'll go ahead and read Bungie's public statement about this. It says here, passing of the torch. I don't know if this is the torch that he burned the company to the ground with, or or another torch. Anyway, a message from Pete Parsons to the Bungie community. After more than 2 decades of helping build this incredible studio, establishing the Bungie Foundation, and growing inspiring communities around our work, I've decided to pass the torch. This journey has been an honor of a lifetime. I'm deeply proud of the worlds we've built together and the millions of players who call them home. And most of all, I am privileged by the opportunity to work alongside the incredible minds at Bungie. I like that he said the worlds they've built together. I wrote something, and one of the lines talks about how you've made worlds and yet created nothing. If you guys want to hear that tonight, you know, going to have to hit stretch goals. It's pretty scathing. Anyway, when I asked to lead Bungie in 2015, my goal was to grow us into a studio capable of creating and sustaining iconic, generation-spanning entertainment. We've been through so much together. We launched a bold new chapter of Destiny, built an inviolable, independent live ops organization capable of creating and publishing its own games, and joined the incredible family at Sony Interactive Entertainment. Today marks the right time for a new beginning. The future of Bungie will be in the hands of a new generation of leaders. I'm thrilled to announce that Justin Truman will be stepping into leadership as Bungie's new studio head. I have worked alongside Justin for many years. His passion for our games, our team, and our players is unmatched. As a leader in engineering, production, and design, and most recently as the general manager for Destiny 2 and our chief development officer, he has been instrumental in bringing some of the most memorable moments in Bungie's history to life. He lives and breathes this studio, and I have full confidence that he is the right person to lead Bungie forward. Thank you for being the best, most passionate community in gaming. It has been a privilege to serve you. As for me, I'll be second star to the right and straight on till morning. Okay. Message from Justin Truman. In the 15 years I've been a developer at Bungie, I've worn a lot of different hats. Let me increase text size here for you guys just a touch. There we go. As an engineer, I wrote some code I'm really proud of for our original weapon abilities and networking in Destiny 1. And as a designer, I helped craft many of our Destiny 2 systems, including some of the endgame systems I got terribly wrong at Destiny 2's launch. Yes, you did. As a producer, I helped our team build and roll out Destiny's first seasons. More recently, I helped with the overall talent strategy as Chief Development Officer and have been helping the Marathon team as we build our next world. Across all these different roles, Bungie's purpose has stayed clear. We create worlds that inspire friendship. When we're at our best, we create those worlds alongside you, our player community, and build something that matters, something that's worth your time, your passion, and your investment in us, something that I've learned, hopefully, over-delivers. He knows what he's known for. He's known for famously saying, don't over-deliver in that one GDC presentation. And I'll be honest with you guys. I have consistently said, I like November Hotel's content, but he's one of the people who has really kind of beat Justin up for that, as well as Bungie in general. And I have always thought his comments were largely ripped from context to make it seem like they would intentionally make bad content or intentionally not give the player good things. I just think that's an incredibly intentionally harsh interpretation of what the man said. I've said that for a while. I don't think what he said was that out of bounds. It was a terrible thing to say, though. He was talking to developers. So, for Ilono, you said that day one. I've said for a very long time I felt like those comments from Justin have been largely used as like a weapon that misrepresent what he was trying to communicate. But anyway. I've also been part of the efforts at Bungie when we've maybe not been at our best, when we've stumbled and realized through listening to our community that we had missed the mark. I know I personally learned a lot over the years and have all of us hear from those conversations. I'm committed to supporting and working alongside every member of the team here as we continue pouring our hearts and souls into these worlds that we love, and then we hope have been worth your time and your passion, because ultimately those worlds only exist and thrive with you in them. I mean, not unless you just ban people for no reason. We can't really be in the world then, right? We are hard at work right now doing that, both with Marathon and Destiny. We're currently heads down, but we'll have more to show you in both of these worlds later this year. In closing, I know I can speak for all of Bungie when I say we appreciate your passion, your perspective, and the time you spend with us. Okay, cool. There you go. What was he trying to communicate by saying that? Seems pretty clear. He was essentially saying that within live service, you're creating a different form of experience. So if you are making God of War Ragnarok, you are going to give them everything you possibly can within reason, unless, of course, you're doing DLC. This is another thing that's demonized in the industry that I think it should not be demonized. I think it's largely ignorant of how development works, but people think that, planned DLC is horrible and awful and it's the devil. So let's just say you're not planning DLC. As they seemed to be with God of War Ragnarok, Valhalla seemed like something like later that they had fun with, not necessarily something that was maybe planned day one. So that's a different piece of material. It needs to be excellent from A to Z because it's an encased experience. When building a live service game, the danger of over-delivery is that you no longer then have headroom for ongoing content. How do you outdo these weapons? How do you outdo these exotics? How do you outdo these skill trees? How do you outdo this content offering? Right? You have to leave headroom for new stuff, better stuff, more powerful stuff, fresh experiences, innovation, changes, evolution. Okay? So what this means is it's not that Destiny 1 was never, I don't think, delivered like half-baked by design, where they're like, oh yeah, we have to leave ourselves headroom, because Destiny 1 conceivably, I think, could have crashed and burned, almost crashed and burned, given the given the difficulties that they faced and how they had to save the game with things like Taken King. Vault of Glass bought them time, obviously. But then, same thing happened with Destiny 2. I don't think that was by design. I don't think they were like, well, let's build something that's kind of crappy and we'll fix it. Now, I have been notorious for criticizing Bungie for spilling the milk and then getting praise for cleaning it up. That, I think, is a little bit different. I think some of that's because they're misguided. I think some of that is because they are, they make mistakes. They go off in left field. They go off in right field. They make bad choices, and then they fix those choices, and everybody wants to kind of celebrate. Now, some of that, I think, again, is just the sheer nature of decision-making has inception points and birth points that are, like, way back here. And when they finally make landfall in the game, the player mindset and consensus could be very different on certain things. So then you're like, oh shoot, nobody likes this now. Certain activities, certain things, you didn't know people were going to get really sick and tired of a certain activity. And in parallel development, let's say DLC A and B are designing very, very similar activities. And then you deliver DLC A and DLC B is really far in development. And people are like, this activity sucks. Well, DLC B is like a train coming. It's already in motion, gonna make landfall, and everyone's gonna say, what the frick is this? We told you that we hated this activity. Okay? So that, I think, is more of a proper diagnosis of like why sometimes Destiny would miss the mark, why sometimes, Destiny would have things that need to be rectified after the fact. I don't think that was by design. I don't think they were sitting around and being like, yep, just like Justin said, we got to under-deliver. Let's give them stuff that's not built well. Let's give them stuff that's bad or needs to be improved or, needs to be, fixed and updated down the line, because then we'll get praise for that. I really, really don't think that it's intentional. I think it's largely something that happens because of the sheer nature and the scope of how long some of these things are put in motion. Case in point, Destiny 2 Vanilla, I think a lot of people misunderstood what happened with Destiny 2 Vanilla. One of the primary complaints about Destiny 1 was, it was too grindy, it was too slow, it didn't really seem suited for casual play. So Destiny 2, in its birth, when they were building it and scoping it out, they were like, well, we need to make sure this is casual and approachable. It was described at the first community summit. Somebody quoted this to me, so this is, secondhand. But the description was, if you smooth all the rough edges on something, and they described it as like a baseball, like if you smooth all the rough edges off of a baseball, you no longer have a baseball, right? You need something that you can kind of grab onto. And they unfortunately had smoothed over, too many of the rough edges, and it became too casual, and the soul of the game seemed largely absent from Destiny 2 in its vanilla state. Also, and this is another thing that I think people forget, a lot of the great changes that were put in place inside of Destiny 1 in its sort of twilight year, in its final year, it's at the end or whatever, and you have this great moment with Rise of Iron, and then you have this great moment with Age of Triumph, and it feels like, man, they've been building to this. This is all so wonderful. None of that's in place in Destiny 2 because that was all built by High Moon Studios, the live team, right? You had a lot of work that went into that had nothing, none of that was laid groundwork for Destiny 2 because Destiny 2 had already been in production for a very long time. So none of that could be like retrofitted and retroactively shoved into Destiny 2. So again, if you actually know the order of things and how things went down, how creatively dissonant the company has been for such a long time, I think it's very easy to hear Justin's comments in that GDC presentation and be like, oh, Bungie has been intentionally messing things up and shipping bad stuff for years. They don't want to over-deliver. They want to under-deliver. I think it's very easy to look through that lens and erroneously conclude that, like, oh, they've been doing this all on purpose all these years. Again, I don't think his statements were, give the community bad stuff on purpose, you don't want to over-deliver. It was, you have to think completely differently about live service development. You have to give yourself headroom so that when it comes time to add content, you are in a position to actually have movement and leverage and quality injections and value injections, which you can't really do if you go full bore and you give people everything you possibly can to make it like as I said with the example of God of War Ragnarok. That's a game that lives and dies on its quality from moment one, right? It 100% needs it needs that. It needs that quality from moment one. Okay. Request. Okay. Request. Hang on. Keymailer just got like a bunch of new games that are coming out that I like. They weren't here the other day, so we'll see if we can't maybe get some codes here, and maybe get some early access to games. We shall see. Phil, take notes. Fire 343. Well, again, and I think that's a complete misunderstanding of what has plagued 343. The issues at 343 are largely Microsoft's fault and the way that they handle contracts. 343, you can't build a game. I don't think you can build a game, personally, if you've got people constantly leaving. You know, if every 18 months you are you're losing people, you know, I think that's a significant problem. You're losing institutional knowledge. You're busting up teams. You are, you're making it very, very difficult for a game to creatively come to fruition. So I would say, 343 and all these studios need to be empowered to not constantly be gutted by a terrible contract policy, because that's ultimately the issue. If you look at, you got to look at Jason Schreier's, autopsy on what happened there. We hired the wrong people. I mean, again, how could you say that knowing, how could you know that? Again, if you read Jason Schreier's autopsy on Halo Infinite, to blame 343, I think is I think is a terrible diagnosis of the problem. It's not acknowledging, there is an endemic problem at that company. It has nothing to do with Phil or Sarah Bond. It has nothing to do with Xbox. It has everything to do with Microsoft. I've been saying this for a very long time, and I think people, dismiss a lot of what I say because they assume, if it's anti-Xbox, it's console warring. And I mean, I can't help people like that won't actually engage in the conversation and think about what I'm saying from a critical perspective. Because from a critical perspective, you would be like, no, wait a minute. How could something like Halo be treated the way that it's been treated all these years? Those are the bigger questions that people should be asking. That should be where your curiosity should be piqued in that direction. And just, people are like, no, it was 343's fault, If you're constantly shielding a company like Microsoft from criticism, fundamentally, the question that you should be asking is, why are you doing that? Have they warranted that level of defense? Have they warranted you just constantly giving them the benefit of the doubt? That's what I would say. Have they earned that? Have they earned the trust, that you're giving them, to the degree that, like, you again we are talking about we're talking about Microsoft here. Why would you be giving them that level of trust to the point that, like, you'll just defend them and assume that it's not their fault, it's 343's fault? So I thought there might have been like a Gamescom page. Oh, here we go, on Steam. I was going to see if there were any demos on Steam that came out of Gamescom that we could check out. Domekeeper is getting the co-op update. So I tell you what we'll do. I will give you guys the opportunity to do two things tonight. Madam and I have been playing a pretty hysterical game together on PlayStation, and it is called, somebody told us about it. It is called Blazing Beaks. It is a fun little rogue co-op and your ducks, and it's pretty hysterical, and it's obviously fun to watch us try to play something together. I'll give you guys a double whammy tonight because we haven't hit a stretch in a while, so we'll do two things. I'll try to have the song ready. I like to write. I get a little prolific when it comes to, especially situations with Bungie and things that I sort of were anticipating happening. So I'll give you a bit of a double whammy tonight if you guys can hit stretch, but I'm gonna need a quick break here. So give me just a second. Keep it here. You guys can renew your primes, renew your YouTubes. Those all help. Yeah, it's called Blazing Beaks. Yeah. So I'll give you guys a double incentive tonight because we have not hit a stretch in a while, and I'll be a little bit more lenient since we've been kind of rebalancing. Yes, we just read the blog post about it. Pete Parsons is stepping down. Yes. So, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. No more cars for Pete. That's right. Actually, he's probably going to get a pretty sweet deal on the way out, I would imagine. The real question about the situation that I'm kind of fixating on is like, is this PlayStation's takeover? Because they said, interestingly enough, they just said at a shareholders call that they were restructuring Bungie. Remember? Like, do you remember that quote? So if that's the case, you know, his golden parachute might not be as nice. You know? If they stepped in and said, you're out. So they literally said, you know, that they were being restructured. They were, you know, they're going to fold them in basically as a PlayStation studio. Stepping down, just a nice way of saying let go. They'll let him keep a little dignity. Oh, for sure. I mean, they're definitely, it's a professional courtesy to let him kind of exit on his own. This has been the absolute worst season of Destiny. As someone who's usually defending D2, I can't do it anymore. Some people came surging back and seemed to be having a good time. Yeah, and others not so much. You know? Others not so much. Just one of those things. Walk out as opposed to being thrown out. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's they made it pretty clear they weren't happy with the leadership. I mean, Hiroki Totoki made that very clear, that they were not happy with the leadership over there. So, you know, it was only a matter of time before they stepped in and said, we got to restructure here. Some people got to go. You know, and if this is kind of the beginning, I think again the two big burning questions for me is, does PlayStation walk in the room and say enough's enough, you're done now, no more marathon, it's time for Destiny 3, you know? So Borderlands has released some Harlow gameplay. Let's check this out. We watched this. We watched something earlier, and it didn't really show off the gameplay all that well.
So satisfying. Yeah.
The Gravatar.
Oh, I'm just getting started.
Sorry, hang on. I'm gonna mute it. They like to use copyrighted music. Sorry. All right, can I go back? Okay. So it says here, Chroma Accelerator, science goes boom. So some kind of a big explosive something that affects the enemies and explodes. Flux Generator, freeze the foes. Okay. Seems like she's all about crowd control. Mm-hmm. 0 point, burst in your bubble. Oh, so she can grab them and then also throw them while they're in there. Okay, I like that. I was going to say that's a little bit like Siren from Borderlands 2, but that's kind of nice. She can do multiples there at once. The movement and the forward momentum is really, really nice with the jumping and the dashing. There you go. I think they did a good job. I think all the classes so far, I'm never really big on the melee. So Chroma, the painter's involved. Expedition 33 would like to have a word. That's right. That's right. The dash gives me Twilight Garrison vibes. Love to see it. Yeah, I love that level of movement in a game. This was something I commonly complained about in Borderlands, was that you never had lateral agility. I was like, you just don't have lateral agility. You just kind of have to stand there and face tank stuff, and it led to very, flat and annoying, kind of flat and annoying gameplay. So, surprised it didn't go for a living world like an MMO. Well, I don't think that's their expertise, so I'm actually glad they didn't do that. But I do think their ongoing format, they could carve, I think, a good path. They could carve a good path and give ongoing content, a new look and a new feel. We don't need battle passes. We don't need, seasons, but like more of a DLC format. See my tag in Discord? It's more Vex gameplay. Oh, the Borderlands 4 gameplay. I thought that was showing off like the graphics card, so I didn't pull it up. It's also really, really long. It's 18 minutes. Yeah, they did a really bad job showing off the abilities earlier when we watched footage. Yeah, no, I don't want to watch that. It's too long. I watched the first minute or so. Oh, wait, they're showing the abilities in the first minute? I immediately started skipping around. Hang on. Okay, so this is Vex, the Siren. Much better resolution on this capture than Insider Gaming's footage. Oops, they kind of missed there. Spectre Reaper. Okay, so she's got the Reaper out there. Both Reapers. She's got 2 Reapers. Drawing aggro. That's nice. And, I mean, they're just in the mix, just doing fight. They're just out there just putting the hurt on them. Yeah, the shooting in this just looks so good. This is the best looking Borderlands I've ever seen with respect to shooting, damage output. That looks good. That looks really, really good too. So again, you're supposed to be using shock against shields. So earlier when we were watching Insider Gaming's footage, you know, the shields were just taken for forever. Bam, bam, down. They got him. They killed him so fast they shot extra times. I'm assuming that one's taking longer because of the size of its health bar. Bit of a rocket launcher spam here. So, just a couple of things to notice here. Like, so this is very reminiscent of combat in Destiny. You've got a major enemy, a stronger enemy way out shooting at you. You have innate cover that you can use, and you have jumps and dashes to kind of navigate the area. Another distant enemy, like, taking shots. This is very, very different for... So she's putting out Spectre this time. So Spectre's like another version of her shooting, okay? Reaper's another version of her with like a thing. So that now these enemies out here are engaging. Okay, so now that he's closed the gap, I want to see this damage on the shield. That was much better, okay? And that was a lift with grenades, it looks like, beneath their feet. Is that their grenade ability that they're using, or is that her actual... Yeah, that must be her grenade ability. She's like pulling them... They're like teleporting, like appearing right where they are. Yeah. Oh, she's throwing the weapon. I'm sorry. It's a TDR weapon reload that she's throwing. It's not her grenade. Sorry. I was not watching the gun. I was watching the enemies. Yeah, it's a TDR. Very cool. I think this looks fantastic. This really does. This, to me, is what I want from Borderlands. If you would have asked me to, like, create a Borderlands, I would have done a lot of this. I would have messed with movement, jumping, lateral agility with dodges. I would have worked on, you know, the feel of the guns. I want the guns to feel, the shooting just to feel excellent, and it does. Yeah. This is the best. This is the best version of Borderlands I think I've ever seen with respect to movement and shooting. Is that hipfire ADS? Some of it's hipfire, and then there's some ADS for you. Just once again, they're the kings of weapon design. So you've got a nice readout here of, I believe you got your bullet count maybe. I'm not sure what these are. We got a 4 and a 74. Oops. And then a 2 and a 70. I'm not sure what's going on. Are there alternate clips here maybe that you can shoot with? Yeah, the 70 was going down as well. That looks great. The reloads are awesome. Do you see what the movement is enabling them to do now? Like, watch this circle fight. All right? Watch this circle fight and think about past Borderlands. So engages, gets some good shots on, and then backs up and then starts to basically sort of swoop around using their jumps, using their double jumps to stay above the attacks while also putting the paint on. No, I don't think this is a Destiny killer. A lot of people responded to my thumbnail and didn't actually watch the video, surprise, surprise, when I said the next Destiny. What I was essentially arguing was, people are like, well, Destiny copied Borderlands. I'm like, yeah, I know that. It's come full circle, though. Like, they clearly have taken a ton of inspiration and ideas from Destiny. They clearly have. You know, and that's how it's supposed to work. Like, they inspired a lot of games. They inspired stuff and systems that ended up in Destiny. Truth be told, a lot of what was in Borderlands 1 and 2 that ended up in Destiny came right from Diablo. So do you really want to do this like eternal regression back to where, you know, we don't really know who gets credit and who doesn't get credit? You know what I'm saying? Keenan comes back in and says, thanks for the gifted. Love this community. Thank you so much. 22 months. I'm going to give you guys like 30 minutes to hit the stretch goal. So we need about 100 members in 30 minutes. If you do that, Madam and I have to play a game tonight, and I'll share a new song with you guys that I'm working on. Anytime something happens with Bungie, I get a little inspired. That's a chest. They were shooting the chest. They didn't know what it was. Yeah, I've nothing I've seen in this footage is concerning. I think this all looks fantastic. The abilities look good. The guns look good. The guns handle well. The movement's great. You know, the enemies are obviously, you know, not a cakewalk. Like, they're obviously not dying, but the player's not dying, I mean. But they're using their abilities and they're drawing aggro rather well. You know, they're using Reaper, which is one of their summonable creatures. So we got enemies spawn in. Did we unlock the box being open? I did that yesterday. I can show you what it was. If you were given the option to return to Destiny 2, would you? Just curious. No, not really. It's not even the game that I left. The game that I stopped playing 4 years ago doesn't exist anymore. I don't really have any desire to touch that game. Destiny 3, if they finally decided to do it and they made it and it was awesome and I felt like they'd made good choices, you know, I'd play it. You know, if they wanted to be vindictive a decade later and prevent me from playing, I mean, there's not much I can do about that. I can't control that, but you know, for a while now, I've thought with enough time people would just move on. You know, people would realize that a lot of 90% of what they think about me just isn't even true, you know? But you can't help the sycophants that are, like, obsessed and think that everything that was ever said was true and I belong in jail. Like, those people can't be helped. But, like, good-thinking people outside the Destiny community that have looked in the situation know that it was a total made-up hit job full of lies, and that's what matters to me. The general public is so much bigger than that community. Well, yeah, the Metal Gear Solid scores are good, but it has performance issues, so we're kind of dealing with a Jedi Survivor situation where the review scores aren't really indicative of the quality of the product. Like, even people on PC are kind of griping about how it's set up, you know? Even they're kind of griping about how it's set up. Not running great on console. We don't have a Digital Foundry video on Xbox performance. You know? Solemn says it's not even close to the same game than when you left. Yeah. Yeah, this is brand new footage that IGN put out. This is Vex, the Siren. I admit I was one of the guys that followed and watched the YouTubers who hated on you. I said, wait, let me see, make my own decisions. Well, I appreciate that. Anxious to see how Lost Soul Aside turns out. Yeah, that's next year. Next year. That's next week. We'll be checking it out for sure. We'll be checking it out. Yeah, the summons seem to really, really help with drawing aggro for a solo player. It looks like the Siren's a really, really strong player for solo. She's able to just totally be ignored on the battlefield. This person has some kind of a purple shield. Even some of them have a purple health bar. That was a good shot. That shotgun did damage. Just put shots on body. I'm not understanding what's happening here. It doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot to the main baddie. Yeah, that purple shield's not moving. There's a mechanic that they're not understanding or something. That purple shield at the top, yeah, it's not moving. Now it is. Okay. So is it on a timer or something? Okay, there. Knocked him down. Now the shield's back. Yeah, the shield's back. There doesn't seem to be an indication of what makes it go down. Is it a timer or is it damage? Yeah, you're just shooting them. They're just invincible right now. Well, that brought it down. Is it only criticals? No, it's not. Hang on, let me see if they're talking. No, they're not explaining it. Does anybody know how that purple thing works? It was basically like invincibility. It did not seem to respond, but then it did the one time. It responded. Does it only respond to a particular type of damage or something? I've been trying Borderlands 3 for the first time out of curiosity, and reloading by throwing the weapon thing confused me for way too long. And when you throw it, Zoob, it actually does more damage if you only shoot one bullet. So there were some strategies where you could, like, in Borderlands 2 especially, I could have two of them pulled out with Salvador, shoot one bullet out of each and reload and throw both, and it does damage for every bullet inside the mag. So you can shoot one bullet, reload, shoot one bullet, reload, and you can output a ton of damage. I like that they're going back to this too, like, not that they ever went away from it, but I love the big intros. Alright. She's putting some specters out there. She's got 2 Reapers and a Spectre. Now, see, this is a proper boss fight. We got an arena. We've got movement. We've got different sections. We've got obvious attacks that don't need explanation for how to mitigate, right? You got to shoot them, and then we got a nice crit spot. Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay. So they're grappling onto the enemy. Okay. I dig it. Yeah, get your people out. Get rid of these ads. Yeah. They're not doing a ton of damage to that shield. So this is like an actual proper fight. This is not just some like come in and bust them up very quickly thing. It looks like maybe there's going to be a fast way to take that shield down. Maybe it's those crit spots. Ooh. You're going to need to get... I don't think a crit spot... It looks like it counted it. Second wind. Yeah. Popping a crit spot seemed to do it. Oh. Oh, no way. So the arena creates the need for verticality and grappling up. This reminds me of some of the fights in High on Life. Oh, this is sick. This is so not Borderlands 2 and 3. This is a whole arena for the fight. Like, see what I'm saying about not just face tanking? I love this. I absolutely love this. Madam's gonna hate it if they can't go on the ground. Oh, the shotgun's putting the hurt on that crit spot. Grapple to expose more crits. They've showed this fight before. Oh, I've not seen this fight. We got really poor response when we tried to cover Borderlands 4, so I shied away from it. We were getting really bad turnout. I'm not quite sure why. People were really tepid and not trusting that Gearbox was going to do a good job. So the handful of times we tried to cover it, we got really bad results. So I just kind of shied away. Was like, well, it'll be a personal game that I play a bunch with Madam. You know, it won't be a game we do much with. I'm hoping it comes out and really changes people's minds, and then we can do a lot with it, because I love Borderlands. It's literally how I started streaming. It wasn't doing well in the algo. It really wasn't. It was a super weak topic in the algo. Like, we couldn't get any traction when we covered it, and people's interest was very muted. This is Borderlands 4. Okay, so is health reset? So is Fight for Your Life... Is Fight for Your Life here a meter? What's getting them back up? I'm not seeing it. Explain this one to me, chat. Is it do enough damage and you get back up? Or are one of the Reapers killing somebody? I think you've got to kill them in this form. I think destroying the balls is getting them back. They have some Reapers out on the battlefield that may be killing trash ads and getting them back up. Okay, so now what? We get a big damage phase because we knocked them down? No more shield? Is that what I'm gathering here? Yeah, no more shield. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Popped all the things. Are they going to do this again up at the top? No. Okay. So now it's just a matter of just continuing to pop those. Oof. Yeah, I bet you can double jump over that swipe attack. And I bet you can dash out of that tail attack. Oh, I see. The grapple spots are exposing those like, that's what you meant by grapple to expose crit spots. I thought you were talking about the thing up in the air. I think the thing up in the air is just a phase. Oh boy. Getting real close now. Oh yeah, they've got him. Couple of crits now, and they're Dundee. Where's that? There you go. Got him. Oh, there's all the loot. Yeah, I'm sold. I'm sold. This is so good. This is so good. Like, that's what I want from a boss fight in Borderlands. Seriously. That's what I want. And they got an exotic. Here, let's go back and look at it. Blasting Raven Fire, heavy weapon ordnance. Explosions radiate outward from the point of impact. Nice. It's a Torg. Easily sold on this one. Yeah, that easily sold on this one. Yeah, I thought that was excellent. That's exactly what I want from a boss fight in Borderlands. That was very well done. I liked that. I'm more excited than I was before. I am more excited than I was before. So, all right, boys, we're kind of getting to the end of Gamescom and today. We got about 20 minutes. If you guys want to get that stretch goal, you're going to need to put the bat signal out. Get some of the big boys in here and see if you guys can't nail it. We've been having a good week. A lot of great announcements this week. A lot of great things going on, man. This has been a really, really fun time, so I appreciate all the positivity, all the likes. We almost have 300 likes. Thank you guys so much. The loot explosion always felt good. Yeah, that was great. Tons of guns. That was awesome. I'm all about it, man. I'm pumped for Borderlands. I really am. And it's almost here. It's almost here, right? I mean, it's like what, like how many weeks are we now? September the 12th. So 3 weeks? Yeah. 1, 2, 3 weeks. 3 weeks away. Less than a month. Less than a month. Borderlands and Lost Soul aside, are your most anticipated? Are you getting the regular edition? On a game like that, I'll probably get the big one, as usually what I do. You know? Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, 30 minutes of gameplay. I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is another thing that IGN put up. And again, you guys got about 15 minutes to hit the stretch goal. You can do renewals, primes, single gifted. All of it helps. Appreciate you guys. Always check your renewals and your primes. Oh. Linked that in the Discord yesterday. Yeah, we watched a little bit of this. We're already a chunk of the way in the video. Yeah. You know why they didn't show off Elden Ring Switch 2, right? It's basically racketeering for the launch. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I love the little words that pop up too, like classic Batman television show. You know what I mean? They've injected this with so much Batman goodness. You know? They really have. Like, look at that. Look at that. He's just hopping around. You can do Hollow Knight in the 4th a week later? Of course. Well, I think you mean a week before. Hollow Knight's in, 2 weeks, yeah. Love it. I love it. I absolutely love this, dude. My son is going to want to play the heck out of this with me. I can't wait. It's a shame it's next year. That's the only part about the announcement that's a bit of a bummer, you know? It's the only part of the announcement that's a bit of a bummer. Looks like Arkham Lego. It's basically it's basically what it is. It's Arkham Lego. zipping around the city, gliding, the vehicles. Just great. Arkham Lego, I'm in. That's what I'm saying. Hollow Knight the 4th, Borderlands 4 on the 12th. What are you going to do? Both. I'll be playing Borderlands with Madam. I'll be playing Hollow Knight on my own. I can do it. I can do it. What happens when it releases the same week as GTA? They're not that stupid. They wouldn't do that. I think February to April is going to be bonkers next year. I think it's going to be a monsoon of games that are going to try to get out as fast as they can. Now, obviously, that might lead to some rushed stuff. But, yeah, I think as soon as you get into February all the way to April, early April, it's going to be a monsoon of games. And then about halfway through April, it will probably slow down in anticipation of May 26th, which is when GTA 6 lands. All right, you guys got 12 minutes. You got 12 minutes, and then we're gonna go to. I guess we're gonna go to the green room. I don't know what we'll do in green room. We don't really have a whole lot to. I have no idea what we'll talk about Monday. I'll probably just wait. And analyze everything on Sunday. Isn't the Bethesda event in 12 minutes? Oh, yeah, you're right. It is. I guess we won't go to green room. We'll just keep going. Have you checked out the Black Ops 7 campaign endgame? I have not. Do we have details somewhere about that? My excitement about Black Ops 7 died really, really quickly. Big PvE live service push? Really? Who's got the deets on that? Did they do an interview somewhere? All right, well, we'll just keep going. And if you guys appreciate the longer streams, and if you appreciate all the fun and all the good times, then make sure you guys are hitting the like button. If you've enjoyed the extra amount of streaming this week for Gamescom, I'm able to do this full time because of your direct support. So if you've never directly supported somebody on Twitch or YouTube, consider doing that with a membership, a Twitch Prime, or a sub. See if I can find something and put it in the Discord. Okay. Where is Bethesda streaming? Do we know? Is it going to be on Twitch, on YouTube, on their like official? They're live on Twitch. Checked about 30 minutes ago. Okay. Oh, Bethesda is live. Thank you for the gifted sub, OD91. He's like, come on, boys. Many hands make light work. A bunch of single gifteds will add up quick. It's always fun to go on a single train. Little contest between the platforms never hurt. Okay, so... But I don't understand. What are they even doing?
We have a YouTube, so that you're just shamelessly self-promote. Tell the people all the ways they can follow you, they can watch your content, they can find like all your educational stuff, you know, your patents. Where do people find
That's
you?
a long
Let's
list.
go.
Okay,
Let's go.
so my artist name is Kamui Cosplay. We have a website, kamuicosplay.com. You can also just Google Kamui Cosplay, and you will find me on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitter, on what else? What else? Oh, on Facebook. I'm old on Facebook.
Oh, Facebook.
Then we also have an Etsy channel as well. We actually have by now over 200 patterns on how to make helmets, bracers, like witch hats. We made witchers, shields, weapons, just basically everything you can imagine. And then we also have books. I wrote by now 17 books that teach you how to make foam armor painting, LEDs.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the audio quality here. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah, let me shut this off for just a second, and we'll look at this Call of Duty thing, because the Bethesda thing currently doesn't look like it's worth our time. But we got a Call of Duty Direct. How did we not watch this? 6 minutes and 40 seconds. All right, let's see what they're saying about the endgame PvE experience here.
Campaign, we're unleashing something bold. The endgame. This isn't just a final mission. It's a proving ground. A culmination of everything you've learned through the campaign, then turned on its head. The endgame is a social experience where you and your squad will need to master abilities, survive overwhelming odds, adapt under pressure, and break the rules of what you thought a campaign could be.
I'm pretty sure we watched this.
You get to do it not just with your friends, but there's another 28 players, so 32 in total. It is truly a living world.
With this whole new canvas at our fingertips, we wanted to make sure players could be rewarded in fresh new ways, even if they only play for the story. So for the first time ever, we're proud to announce we're bringing global progression to campaign in Black Ops 7. Earn XP, complete challenges, level up your weapons in the campaign, and bring them into MP, Zombies, or Warzone.
Built for solo or co-op play, this campaign pulls you into a threat that demands your attention, twists your expectations, and reminds you exactly why Black Ops stories are so unique.
Yeah, we watched that. That's there's just not really any information there. It's super generic. So yeah, Bethesda is still talking with them. We'll see if in the next 5 minutes. This thing that they're doing is probably a pre-show. Maybe. Maybe. I know on Google it says Bethesda's doing stuff today and tomorrow. I think we'll watch it and see. It seems like we're probably done. We'll see. We'll see if they transition from whatever this is into something more significant. I mean, they only have like 900 people watching, but the number's going up, so maybe people are doing the same thing we're doing. They're like, they're anticipating something happening. If you do intend to get the big edition for Borderlands 4, remember that they did the collectibles separately. I don't think I'm going to go different. I don't think I'm going to get collectibles this time around. Yeah, I don't care about that. Like, I appreciate you putting it on my radar. Like the posters and then the little guy. That's just more stuff. That's just more junk that's going to sit around my office and I'll do nothing with it. I've done that so much lately. Gamescom continues, I think, for another couple of days for the local people. 2 more days, but I don't think there's going to be like reveals, coverage, or events. I think it's just like there are 2 more days of people that, you know, you can just hang out and go to the floor and do stuff. That's such an old man thing to say. I felt it in my bones. Yeah. First sign of getting old. Okay, they're doing a BRB. They're doing a BRB on Bethesda, so maybe there is something that's going to happen. We'll see. Someone was showing their box of content for today and tomorrow. It showed 2 spots of unnamed content for them. The older I get, the more I hate clutter around me. Yeah, I have had to take to sliding this. My wife and kiddos, they love to put stuff in the middle of the kitchen. And I'm always like doing something, carrying something, walking through, you know, making my breakfast, making coffee, and I'm always tripping over it. So I have just started sliding everything over against the wall. I'm like so over it. I'm like, stop doing this. Let's see here. Okay, still says BRB. We'll see. Hello, I know most are not liking COD, and Battlefield 6 puts it to shame, and most creators are hating on it. However, they will all buy it, cover it, get paid to cover it. Plus, it will sell more than Battlefield. Why keep saying it's dead when it outsells almost everything else? I don't know. I don't know if all the content creators are just going to automatically buy it. And I don't know if a lot of the users are just going to automatically buy it. I don't know, Jack. That Battlefield beta, I don't know, man. I don't think Battlefield's going to outsell Call of Duty. I don't think so. I think that's very difficult. I think there are people who just buy Call of Duty annually, and that's just what they do. But yeah, there's also people that are going to have to buy it for Warzone progression and unlocks and stuff. But I wouldn't get too cocky about COD this year versus Battlefield. It is probably going to be a closer fight than it ever has been. Still going, still the winner going to Call of Duty, but I think it'll be a closer race than ever before. We got 3 brand new people sitting down here on the Bethesda couch. I don't recognize any of them. But I think I recognize the guy in the middle. We can get some normies on retainer so we can ask them how the other 99% of the gaming world actually lives. We're out of touch over here in the equivalent of video game academia. I mean, the response to the Battlefield 6 beta was pretty strong. I think that's a barometer of public interest. Is it about to start? It's supposed to start 1 minute ago. They're kind of starting to lock in. And, like they're getting ready. Like they're looking at the monitors and moving things around on the table. Guy on the left just took a swig of water. We're getting ready. We're getting ready, boys. Here we go.
To our final slot for today. With me, I have two dear colleagues from ZeniMax Online Studios. Studio Director Rich Lambert and, Studio Game Director.
This is going to be for the Elder Scrolls Online, boys. I'm going to bounce on this. I'm pretty sure that's what this is.
Welcome to Gamescom, to Cologne, to the stream.
Thank you.
Before we start, there's something that I would really like to ask. How familiar are you with the website, with the articles that went up? Because I have an urgent question.
I mean, Nick wrote them, I wrote them, so we know what's in there. I didn't know exactly when they went live until people started blasting me on Discord. So
yeah, because if we take a look at the header, I think we have it ready. This is the header they use.
Okay.
And I figure Nick is maybe King Emmerich, the dark guy. I'm claiming the North because I'm from the North and I drank more than I should have yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That leaves you with Queen Irene. What did the
I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with Queen Irene. Yeah. Okay. I do kind of have a little bit of a baby face, so maybe that works.
And maybe you should talk to the web team when you're back. Because
yeah, this is not... Audio quality is really bad, too. This is not going to be worth our time. Okay. Well, you guys have successfully unlocked tonight. You have successfully unlocked Friday night. We need to go to Green Room, though. This is a segment that is paid only. So purple, I'm going to have to shut the stream down and come back and set it to sub only. Guys on YouTube, I will have to provide you a link. No Saros. No, I didn't think there was going to be any Saros at this event. There was a new trailer for Yote. PlayStation doesn't really do much at Gamescom. They have not done that for many years. They now focus most of their attention on Tokyo Game Show. They were also just at the China Joy event. So, yes. That is, that I did not expect much from PlayStation at this event. I mean, even the trailer from Yote was, yeah. Are we going to get Creature back? No, that's just not something that we want to do going forward. Putting that in front of people, you know, as something was just something that maybe we should probably have never started. So I see so many of your thoughts immediately come to other content creators' videos. You're a visionary and many not admitting watching you. Do you have anything specific in mind? Like, what do you feel like I've said lately? Do you feel like that's being put into other videos or whatever? I miss the sass. Oh no, I know you guys miss the sass. I would say to stop into town halls on Fridays if you want to interact with Creature. Bungie CEO stepping down, marathon disaster before everyone else. Oh, some of that, I don't know if some of that's visionary or I'm bold enough to just say what I think. And I think others are scared to go against the pack, so they'll play it safe until there's consensus. That's common practice, honestly. I don't know if that's indicative of like people that are, getting their ideas from me or something like that. I would say it's more probably evidence of like they want to play it safe. And they don't want to kind of be bold or be negative. And then once the general consensus of the public is, yeah, this sucks, they're all ready to say this sucks. So, yeah. Gaming politics. Yeah, there's also a lot about, like, some people have to play it safe because they're in good with the publishers. They're in good with the developers. Oh, he deleted it. Yeah, Wilbur put the wrong Metal Gear Solid Metacritic in there. He put the old one. So I put the date. I'd have to literally clip stuff. People will literally either use your argument or counter your exact argument from the morning that we talked about it. Really? I mean, that's the nature of the business. You know what I'm saying? If I'm out here in the public putting out my thoughts and my argumentation, and people are in here watching so that they can have content and have a POV and a topic, I take that as a compliment that apparently either what I'm saying or the way I argue or the way I structure things is, interesting enough, to glean from and pull from. So keep your amazing thoughts. I trust you and your show. I appreciate that, Behemoth. You guys have a little time to hit stretch. We haven't hit stretch in a while, but you have a little bit of time. Both Twitch and YouTube can contribute. So if you guys go on a little tear here, we're going to go to Green Room, though, in a second. And I was giving you like a double whammy. I was going to let you guys watch Mav and I play that game tonight, as well as share a song. But let me get the Green Room ready for you. We haven't done a Green Room most of this week. And a lot of that's because we've been busy with Gamescom coverage. But we can hang out for today for maybe about an hour or so. This is Members Plus and above, so you do need to be supporting the channel directly to come to Green Room. He's never going to let you live down the fact that you admitted you should have never started. I mean, that's fine. He agreed to it. Like, you can't agree to something and be like, well, I was against this from the beginning. Come on. We thought people liked it. And it worked for a while, but it became something that wasn't, I don't think, healthy. Listen, because we're not in Green Room yet, but, there's people here that are not paying. They're on a gifted, or maybe they're just lurking and listening, and they've never supported the channel, directly. We're always trying to come up with ways to do that in a way that is sensible. We are just in a situation of, 10 years in to my run as a creator, I am like almost entirely supported by the direct support of viewers and the direct support of, folks gifting and things like that. And we're always trying to think of ways to improve that. There are people that, for whatever reason, have had far more success doing Patreon. That doesn't make any sense to me, and that's not something that we want to do. We want to continue to iterate and think of ways to increase value here on YouTube so that, people do consider that. We have just noticed that primarily people decide to support because they feel like, man, I'm getting great content. I want to support the content. There does not seem to be a strong draw for like, oh, you can come to Green Room if you support directly. People just shrug at that and move on with their day. I get that. I totally do. So my goal is just to make sure that the shows are consistent and the vibes are good and the information is accurate and that we're having a good time. so that you're like, man, it would suck if I didn't have this show every single day. I really want to, really want to support it and help it grow. So that's why we're trying to grow that. We really, if we could get to a place where on YouTube, this is far more important on YouTube than Purple. On YouTube, if we could get to 1,000 people paying for their own membership, that would basically be like we wouldn't be sitting here worrying about goals and incentives and stretch goals. It would just be this user base that's like, we support the vision and what's going on here. So is membership consistent? We basically got to about 500 people paying for memberships and have largely just stalled out there for about 2 years. It's basically a core group that just loves the show and supports the show immensely. I think some of the generosity maybe worked against that because there were people just going crazy with gifteds, and it was like, well, why would I ever pay for a membership? I'll get one, pretty much every month. Perhaps that will change now that we have some of the bigger gifting not happening, and we're getting back more down to a grassroots movement. We don't have like 2 people going crazy on the count. It's more of a group effort, which is, I think, is probably better. So sponsors, we're getting to the point where we could start to get sponsors, especially sponsors are especially important on uploads because they pay for you to do like a 30-second thing. So just keep writing on Twitch. Twitch is always going to be, in my mind, additive because we just don't know what the platform's going to do. We don't know what the platform thinks about, the future. We don't know what the platform thinks about the fact that, like, I was welcome back. Like, if Clancy ever, rides off into the sunset, what are we going to be, dealing with there? That's always a bit of a scary thing. And we've spent a lot of effort and time rebuilding on YouTube. So YouTube, in my mind, is home base. That's the hand we've been dealt. So if you want to help with that and you're like, man, I love this show, I listen every day, this gets me through my work week, and you can, that's a huge help. If you're like, man, I can't, I'm not in a place where I can, I'm always gifting and giving back, others are always gifting and giving back. I actually owe you guys 2 members on YouTube now that I'm thinking about it. So I need to do that before we pack it up here. I thought maybe we were going to get to where I owed you guys 5, so I was kind of holding off. So instead of doing 2 singles, I would just do a 5, but I'll just do 2 singles right now. So I can't do that. I felt bad about getting a membership every month, so I made the money up by canceling my Game Pass because Lone is the best value in gaming. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys spend a lot of time here, you can always consider, like, comb over your subscriptions. Like, is there one you're not using? I've got some that I'm not using that I need to cancel. And $6 a month here is, a very, very low compared to like some of these, Disney and others, man. They're making it really expensive. And I've got a handful that I probably need to cancel because we're not freaking using them. Like Madam and I we're not watching everything now, and so we're not getting the value out of them. So. There we go. Okay. So that's why we have the members content. That's why we do Member Plus. That's why we have the Discord. The goal there is just grow a community that keeps this thing going and helps us continue to get to new heights. And that obviously happens through more people subscribing because that's free, more people tuning in every day, and just, enjoying the show. And again, I've always said, if there are incentives and things that you guys think would be better or more helpful, let us know. You can put those suggestions in the Discord. So those are things we're always considering as well. Generally, it seems that YouTube culture doesn't respond to that. They don't respond to being like, here's behind the scenes or here's this or that or the third for members. They don't seem to be, that's not like an incentive. So I think we're always going to sort of be just saying, if you like this show and want to support it, great. That's literally how I do this. And then we we always are trying to give back to ensure that other people. So if you've been gifted a membership, you can tune in tonight. Every Friday night I hang out with Madam. It's sort of the celebration and kickoff to the end of the week. That's at 8 p.m. Eastern. Turnout to that is usually pretty light, so it is more of a laid-back environment. It's usually only about 50 or 60 people on each platform, like about 100 in total. So it's a lot more laid back. You can ask Madam questions, me questions. It's literally just kind of hanging out. It's a talk show. We won't be playing a game tonight. We won't be featuring any music. Those are stretch goals that we do as an incentive. So I'm going to put a link in chat. We're going to move on to the green room. And then once we're in green room, I'll end purple and restart purple so that we can make it sub-only. We do sub-only content on Twitch. So you will need to be a subscriber. Now that can be a gifted, that can be a prime, that can be a paid for as well. So we appreciate all you guys that are doing that. Believe it or not, Lono was better than Doc at Elden Ring. Doc's playthrough was pathetic. All I did was summon. Say how easy it was. I did a lot of summoning near the end though, so I wouldn't be bragging on my playthrough all that much there, sir. I let Black Knife Tiche kill pretty much bosses for me. So have a good day. Yeah, if you guys can't come to the next segment, maybe in the future you'll get a gifted. Maybe in the future you'll be in a place where you can support, whether it's with the Prime or the Member Plus for $6. So, yeah. All right, thank you so much for supporting the channel directly. If you're watching this on YouTube, it means you're Member Plus or VIP, and that is a great, great help to us. If you're watching the tail end of the live show and you can't come with us, consider clicking join and going Member Plus or upgrade. And I'm going to end that previous stream and bring folks over with redirect.